Hey guys, Sebastian from Medical here. It's been a while. Haven't really had any time to make videos lately, but that's if you are starting out with Zig today. Like I mentioned, Zig has excellent C interoperability. The next thing that you might be bench, why would we not see that? Is where Zig helped me out. And it is the fact that Zig wants us to be very, very explicit about our memory allocations. Let's go to the drive line. Drive line is a pretty complicated struct. This is about, what is it, several hundred lines. The drive line is essentially an imaginary line on the ground that an AI NPC driver will try to stick to when they are navigating through the game world. And this drive line has a bunch of different lists. For example, we can find a point work list here, which is an array list of vector trees. So this is something like that. Blocked.
Oh shit, you know what? That's fine. Let's do this one more time. This language is fucking slept on, dude. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, there you go. I mean, that's... I mean, it's the smallest program, I guess, right? But... I'm gonna rewrite RWM in D at some point, but you're not gonna do that now. Okay. Okay, there's something wrong though. Look at that. What the fuck was that?
ゲイイエっていう選手がいるゲイだと思いますけどゲイですねがめっちゃ
それメキシコにいる？メキシコにある？
Yeah, Mexico and England.
At Mexico?
I'm Mexican.
ああ、だから俺のもうアンコーズメキシコやる。
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. え？アンコが
がメキシコにいる。絶対これに。
あ、そういうこと？
そうそう。
Wait, your uncle's Mexican?
No. He's white.
But he likes Mexicans?
No, he just has money. So
I love the 360 pixel, megapixel. やばい。いけるか？わかんないね、マジで。どっちが。でも、they'll probably get extra time too, no? Oh, what? なんでこんな画質悪いこれ。いやー、雑い。おー、ダメダメ。おーいや、わかんないよ、これ。はあー、シェッ。ファウルだ、これ。ノーファウルのプレイプレイプレイプレイプレイ Fucking England has wall of China, bro. Oh, I got 3 heads! なんでこんな画質悪いWhy that was ambitious. Why is this guy white? I'm just kidding. Wow, that was a really good kick though.
Versus who?
England.
Oh shit, what?
England is one man down, actually.
Bro, what is this? They're wasting time.
What an ugly ass Brit.
Is
That's Brit.
the
That's
referee?
not a Brit. That's a Mexican, right?
Okay, that's the wrong hand gesture. Should have done it open.
アギーレなのメキシコもともと日本代表の監督だった人
Really?
メキシコの今監督が Oh my god
Is this what you pay money for? Why are they changing players now? Is this like a tactic to waste time?
それもあると思う
Disgusting, bro.
もっとディフェンシブなフォワード入れたじゃん
So what? They're changing the striker to a defender?
ディフェンディングストライカーじゃない What the fuck?
？Bro, it's not football anymore. It's a wrestling match.
11分
Holy! What a wasteful game it must have been, bro. It's actually scary for England.
So
No wonder they changed players. Oh shit! Oh!
Ooh.
Oh, no.
いいじゃないこの使ったら
Why is this
う
World
わ
Cup?
あるよ
So,
これ
Hmm?
why is this World Cup so fucking big?
Big
Yeah, why
What
is
is
it on
this?
Japanese television?
Oh, it's a Japanese streaming service.
Ooh. Yeah, no shit, but why the fuck does the Japanese care about this? It's fucking.
Because they love football, bro.
They do?
Just because Japan lost doesn't mean they're gonna stop streaming it. People like gambling on this, bro. People have money on this game.
Interesting.
And I think this is not like Japan いや国ごとなんかな
Yeah, well, all the Mexicans are living in Japan. You know what I mean? Half Mexicans.
So are all the fucking English.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of half white, half Japanese, half English, half
Yeah.
Japanese.
I mean, they're fucking everywhere because we colonized.
Whoa,
imagine that native,
That
bro.
would have been fucking
What the
hilarious. Dude, what is happening to Mexico, bro? They're tired? Bro, come on. Wait, if they do...
They're fucking working 24/7, of course you're trying.
No, funnily enough, the fans of Mexico last night, they went to the hotel where the English team was staying, and they were playing loud music all night. Yeah,
What? Is that real?
yeah. Like outside the hotel, they were playing loud music all night to ruin the sleep.
日本人がやらなさそう。
絶対やらないそんな
That's an OG move.
Yeah, that's such an oh my god, bro. Oh my god, it's all the senoritas.
But like Mexicans are short, right? So how?
Depends on which part of Mexico you're from.
The ones that we colonize are short.
I mean, the native, yeah.
Dude, I honestly, I kind of want to go to Mexico. Seems like a hella interesting place. Hella ghetto.
Hella ghetto.
Hella ghetto ass place. Like,
I mean, you can ask Nono. Nono's in Mexico right now. You can ask him how ghetto is it.
but I hella want to go to Brazil. Hella want to go to Brazil. Just go to a favela and get shot up.
Get shot at.
Get shot up.
Wait, isn't that like a Brazilian thing?
Getting shot up?
No, the favelas.
Favela, yeah.
It's Brazilian, right?
Yeah. And probably Mexico has favelas also. I bet. I mean, fuck, US has favelas as well.
Where has favelas?
So, US?
U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys got a shit ton of Mexicans.
No,
Brazilians
no,
too,
dude,
bro.
they're rednecks. Our favelas are rednecks. It's not fucking Mexicans. Dude, Mexicans are always low key in the US about everything. Unless they're gang members. Actually, no, even gang members are kind of low key except for they just wear a different color. Right, that's it. That's it.
Different bandanas. I like how they're like they got their own teams. You know, they got their bandanas and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And they got their own weird fucking gangs.
Yeah. They got their own teams. That's one way to phrase it. Yeah.
Is Venezuela in the game this year?
覚えてないな。多分だと。
ガジャルド? What does ガジャルド mean?
何それ。やばい、紙がない。
紙あ
Ooh. Mexico?
あれ、いや、いいんだよ。スローインが遅かったから。
What the fuck? He used hands. Classic soccer L. Oof. This sport's gotta destroy your fucking knees. え He's trying to get gang raped. He's like, come over here, boy.
Dude, like, what? Shit, bro.
Why is
That's-
Mexico fucking crying so much, dude?
Because the whole team is fucking on his ass, dude. Bro is playing like 1v million.
Oh. Again, because Mexico's down one?
No, England is down one. Like score-wise, yeah.
Oh, shit.
And England is down one person.
Down one person, actually.
Yeah. So like they
Yeah, but I'm
can't.
saying, why is Mexico, like, crying? Wouldn't that
Because
be-
dude, if they lose this, they're out.
I see what you're saying. I mean, what, they got 90 minutes? 絶対できる。
They don't got 90 minutes, dude. What are you talking
Not good.
about? The game is almost over.
え90分でしょ
90分もう終わってあとプラス11分ももう10分経ってるだから残り40 seconds
あ、絶対終わりでしょ
頑張ってんね
30 seconds?
あ、30 seconds
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
うわそれいる
What the fuck, bro? I fucking don't want. I don't want the British to win. That's all I know. Please.
Now the Brits are winning, it seems.
No,
They
no.
got 3 seconds, bro. It's over. Eh? Why is it not over?
Whoa!
Yeah. Oh shit.
That was insane.
Dude. Fucking sweaty ass moment, dude.
うわ、近すぎた。
ラストだなこれ
どういうことそれゴールしなきゃいけないってことそこだ。
いやこっからコーナーキックだから中に入れてから
あ、そういうこ
ラストのプレーでこれおおまだ終わんないんだ
と終わらない。
まだ終わってない
なんで
あ分かんないこれはもうさこいつが決めることだから
あ、絶対普通に終わり
これで終わるだろうな多分終わったうわこれよく頑張ったねイギリスイングランド
イングランド、いやー。やってやね。
Damn, is Mexico out now? Shit.
So what? What's the next round? What's the next step for England?
They go to the next stage.
How many stages are there?
I
ベ
think
スト
we're
16でしょ
16.
だから次ベスト8でしょだから次クォーターファイナルじゃない
面白い。Wow.
okay, Jeff. What did you end up talking about with Jeff last night? And what's
just talking
what's our
about situation hasn't changed, but we're just fanboying about having C programmers on the team. If we chose C as our language, then we'd have much better. We could hire much more elite programmers. Like that's pretty much all we were talking about. And if what were we- No, we're just talking about having future-proof code as well, and like we'd lose that if we had any other language than C, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So all the benefits are in C.
Okay. And then, so you're talking about like backend, frontend, right?
We're talking about because he
So
he
now
has his
are
own
you gonna do
libraries.
like backend in C and then frontend in D or something?
No, because we can't. That's one of the constraints is you can't have a different language for backend and front end. So you just do everything in the same language. That way, because you need to have type safety across. I mean, you don't need it, right? But you should. Ideally, you want like a fully airtight code base across the network boundary, and like one of the ways to achieve that is to have a shared code base, and you can only have a shared code base if the language is the same. So that's why it's an all or nothing type of game. But between Jed and I were discussing. I was talking C. I was talking D. He was talking C. And in my opinion, I think D has held the test of time. I mean, it's only like a 20-year language, right? But at least it hasn't changed that much, and it's a small code base. It's like 600,000 lines of code versus like 2 million with LLVM. And it has all of the. It's pretty much as simple as it can be, as simple as like ANSI C. So which is like the notorious golden standard of C, which has held the test of time. So the difference between D and ANSI C, the D that we would write for this and ANSI C is like so minimal that I think just writing it in D is going to be more worth it. And so we've been. That's why I chose D initially. So we're still on D. And I think the programmers that we onboard on to this project eventually, I think the difference between those who write C89 and D is also minimal. Like, if you can write C code, then you can write D code. That's the way I see it. I mean, that's the way it is. It's not just the way I see it. That's the way it is. So, we have all the benefits that Jed was talking about, except for we have all the benefits and more, except for what's the word? I guess like conventionality, because like obviously C is more conventional than D. That's just an obvious fact, but yeah, it doesn't change anything for us, pretty much. But we had a good talk.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let us know when you figure out how much more time,
Alright.
how long it will take. What's the timeline? And then, so yesterday you said it could be by October.
That's way too far out. No, September. I said I'd like to get this done in 2 months. what is it now? July? Yeah, September.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's still like how sure are you of that?
Not at all, because, I mean, I'm not sure yet. I mean, it's as simple as that, dude. Like, I think I just need to, like, when I have the ability to give you a date, I will give you a date. That's not
Okay.
now.
All right.
So,
Because okay.
it'd be nice if we could onboard Jed though.
Why don't you talk to him about that?
Yeah. Okay, this is.
I mean, if we onboard Jet, I mean, like, how much income do you think we're gonna have after November? Because honestly, like, if we're gonna have a good amount of income, we could hire Jet.
Right. After November? Probably not much more. I mean, it would be for video creation stuff, right? It wouldn't be for.
Yeah, we won't be able to afford Jet. Jet is making. I don't know. We can ask him. Like, we can have a meeting with Jet. Because if we have Jet on board, bro, the fucking speed would, like, go up so much. Because Jet is also.
It wouldn't go up much, but it would at least solve the problem. It would solve at least being able to make sacrifices. That would get solved, and I think.
You know who we
Yeah.
can hire? Jet's sister.
I have no idea anything about it.
Jet's sister is also, I don't know, we can talk to him. Because Jet's sister is looking for a job. And she's also unemployed. No, she's employed in a place where she's not happy in Tunisia. We could employ her. And it'll probably be cheaper if we just send her money. And then at some point we can, like, get her visa. We can discuss all this with Jed. Can you talk to Jed and, like, figure out when he can get into a meeting with us?
Sure.
Also, I mean, Jed is, he, compared to everyone else that we've had on to work with you, Jed seems to be able to understand you a lot better
Yeah.
than, I don't know.
I don't know how we would do. I still don't know how we would do the UI, to be honest. For our app, and I don't think he knows how we do it either. So that's something we need to figure it out.
Okay. Is that a point of worry?
It's not a point of worry. It's just a point of if we don't figure it out, then we have nothing. So better think about it.
I see.
Like everything I know we need. Oh, so okay, I know exactly what we need. Some things I just don't know how to. I don't know how to go about them, and I won't know how to go about them until I dabble around them, and I haven't dabbled around it yet because it's not even. I can't get to that point until I've built all the other infrastructure on it. So it's like you have to like spend at least a month before you can even know if it's worth it or not. So it's just one of those things.
Yeah.
I feel like it's.
I mean, you also have Jed to, like, consult as well. So. Yeah, there's no big worries about that. It's one of those bridges that we'll cross when we get there. Bro, I made the butter chicken, but it wasn't as good as yours. I know I am sad about that.
Well, it's good to have salt in it. Can I eat?
Yeah, of course. I'm just cleaning up and putting this in. We also have rice. I have a good amount of rice left. I'm just gonna eat the bentos before they go back. And we can have shrimp for dinner.
Shrimps.
Shrimpy dippy.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, fuck.
That is some beautiful, beautiful chicken.
Oh man, we should have put eggplant in it.
Next time.
Unless it was fast. I think actually I realized I have a chicken allergy.
Really? Bro, there's no
I
way.
get super constipated. I was on the toilet for like 10 hours.
Oh, that's why you weren't able to sleep well?
I think, yeah. Well, that and the air conditioner was fucking fucked up. It would turn off for 10 minutes and then I get extremely hot and then it would turn on for 30 minutes and then turn off for 10 minutes. So I didn't. I was overheated and I couldn't sleep in it. Overheat.
Damn, bro, what's got your CPU overheating, bro?
The temperature.
Where are we gonna find C programmers in Japan?
At any car company.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's great. You work with one of them.
Oh yeah.
Really,
we do.
you got it.
Huh?
You both type?
Yeah,
Because I wanna get 84 people.
oh, you wanna go buy?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So, and also once again, then with that.
You know what we can do? We can also stop by the cigarette shop to get the 8 mil.
8 mil?
Yeah, you know what an 8 mil is?
Oh, 8 milli?
You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, fucking tobacco. Paper?
Tobacco filters.
Filters.
Yes, sir. あ、昼ご飯食べた？
食べてないけど朝ごはんさっき食べたからあんままだお腹空いてない。
あるよ。もう一つ弁当あるだから。お腹空いた時。
あ、ありがとう。
これね。
あ、ありがとう。
あとバターチキンもあるから。Bro, you still have this from last night as well. I mean, it's a little bit, but don't waste it. Butter chicken masala.
How was the earpod?
Really mushy.
Really mushy.
Really mushy.
You want to try my butter chicken? Taste it?
I'll put it as a lunch, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It smells good.
No. It's not complete.
It's not complete.
Yeah, I feel like it's not missing. To be fair, I ran out of fucking garam masala.
Really?
Yeah.
Garam masala?
Oh my god, look at those booty. Fucking double cheeked up on a Tuesday afternoon.
Well, I'm gonna get cheeks up here, real soon, on my chest. You can slap these all you want.
Chesticles.
Chesticles, oh yeah.
What are we doing? Are we moving? Are we sitting? What are we doing?
We're going to.
Let's go then. Let me get my driver's license. Apparently you need a driver's license to drive. How ridiculous is that, right? Oh, the smoke shop only uses cash. Do you have cash?
Yeah. Yes.
D'abord.
Oh my god. Was I wrong? 또 시원해.
because this is a const slice to U8, so a byte slice, essentially a char pointer. It would look like this in C++, and because it's const, it would look like this. Const char pointer. And a const char pointer, as you know, can point to garbage data. Nothing to do about that. Except the slice also knows its length. That's the difference between slice and a raw pointer, essentially. And we need to go through and point them at the correct strings after the hot reload.
Why would you have options?
How would we do that? Well, look at this here. We have an is option declaration, which is a boolean, it is set to true. And I even added a comment here. See after hot reload. See what this thing does. So after hot reload is a function that is called on this options Zig module after the hot reload has taken place, unsurprisingly. And we can do all of this figuring out which options are in the global data and reassign their names with a little bit of comp time code. You can read this comment here, which explains basically it all, but we create a fresh copy of a global data. We run an inline for, which is essentially results in the body of the for loop just being duplicated a bunch of times, as if we had done this for all of the different fields in global data. And then we check, does it have the declaration is option? And this is of course the thing that we looked at previously. Let's go back to it here. Is option. This can even be false. It doesn't care. The check is whether we have that declaration or not. It just makes sense to set it to true. If we have that declaration, then it means that okay, yeah, this is an option. And what we do here is that we use this at field to perform a field access by name compile time string. So we find the field in the global data, which is of course these guys here, graphics API, display mode, resolution, and the scale. Then it finds a vertical sync and it figures, oh, this thing here actually has is option. So that's this field. And then it figures, oh, okay, the name needs to be reassigned to whatever is in these defaults. And of course these defaults here are created according to the memory layout of the newly loaded library. So these defaults will have the correct string literals already assigned to them. Then we do the exact same checkup, but with the defaults one, and assign the name to the name. And the name here, of course, being the name in the options struct, which is here. With this in place, I can add any number of options here, and it would just automatically work as long as I call the after hot reload function. It will go through and find all of the options based on this has decal check here, and then reassign the fields to whatever is here in this defaults value. After this, the crash went away, and I can't really break this unless I really try. So I thought that was a pretty nice and neat use of comp time code, and the blog post that I mentioned previously has a bunch of similar things to fix up things after a hot reload. Okay, so let's talk about errors and how Zig does error handling. I know some people are super excited about Zig's error handling mechanism, and I'm not here to tell you that they are wrong, but I do have my doubts whether or not it is a good fit for game development. Let me show you. Let's go to bounded array. So bounded array has a max size, and it also keeps track of how many objects are actually in it. So if you have a function like add1, either it returns a pointer to the element that was added, or if it doesn't fit, it returns an error of type overflow. You can see this exclamation mark here denotes that this function can return an error. You can take the error types away and have just the exclamation mark there, in which case the compiler will deduce the types of errors that this function can return. If it internally calls something that can return an error, you need to call it with try. And this try keyword can only be used if the exclamation mark is there. And that means that if this ensure unused capacity returns an error, which we can see that, okay, if we don't have enough space, then we return the error. And what this will do is allocate, which changed the way allocators worked. And the most recent one probably is IO gate, which introduced the new IO system, which has been in the news.
I think they're language designers. They want to design language. That means adding more stuff. And I think that, the reason to use C is to use a small language, and they want to solve all the problems. And I'm like, no, I'll write code instead. Well, why can't we ship new versions? Why is this feature taking so long? Well, we're, busy fixing all the things that broke this week. Because as soon as you decide that all games, all guns have this property, then you're going to want to change that property. And then you're like, oh, I don't want to break my beautiful design and then you're fighting against good game design. You're making your game worse because you're like, but I made this nice code. That's bad.
So first, tell me, maybe we can actually start with a bit of an introduction, because there will be a line under your name, like, who are you? But maybe, let's say, like, who is Eskil Steenberg first, and then we get to how did you start programming?
So I'm a software developer. I run a small studio that does creative software development. I'm mainly a C programmer, or entirely only a C programmer. I like hard problems, and I'm trying to be a creative guy, and I'm also a little bit on the internet and trying to share with people how to do things. I'm also a member of the C standard board, although we can talk more about that later. I'm not working on the next standard.
Right. How did you start programming?
So actually, I didn't really start programming. I started when I was like 14. I wanted to work in movies, and like that's a long dream of mine. I liked engineering, and I liked adventure and stuff. And when I was 8, I saw Star Wars, and it was like, that's what I want to do. I want to make movies like that. And when I was 14, I found out that you could do animations on an Amiga. A friend of mine had an Amiga with deluxe paint that you could animate, and I thought that was like the coolest thing ever. So I got really into that, and there was I didn't have a computer, but there was a community center that happened to have a bunch of computers, and I spent all my time there and never did any homework, and spent many years there.
God, it's so fucking slow, bro.
So I started in 2D graphics, and then I got into 3D graphics. I did quite a lot of 3D graphics, and I was, doing modeling animation and things like that. And then when I was 17, I was hired by a studio under EA to make a PlayStation 1 game. And it was like the dream come true. So
how is that slower?
Like, I'm out of here because I really hated school. I'm dyslexic, and I can't stand school basically. So
You quit high school.
Yeah. So I'm a high school dropout, and then my grandfather, he's a professor. He was very upset, but he got over it. We'll get to when. So I got to work on this little tiny studio. We're making PlayStation 1 games, and it was amazing, and it was so cool. And at the time, I was the only guy who could talk to the programmers, even though I was an artist. So I became sort of the go-between between the artists and the programmers. And today we would call that a technical artist or TD or something like that, but it didn't exist back then. So, and then people were like, you should really program. You should try it. And I was like, I don't know, too much. And And then somebody gave me a book called A Book on C, and I read that on a vacation. And I was like, yeah, this is doable. And then I didn't program very much. And then I started doing some other programming projects, like tiny ones. And then I was kind of just dabbling. And then I later, I went through a couple of different jobs and was looking for things to do. And I had this idea that it'd be super cool if you could network together computers that did graphics, especially 3D graphics. So if you could have like a model in 2 different applications and network them in real time, that would be super cool. And I was actually walking down the street here in Stockholm, and there was a name on the door, and I don't remember what they called, but they were kind of like people who invested in like future technology. And I was just like, I think I read about
That's
them. So I
fucking
just, like,
hilarious. It uses fucking rubber.
Hey, I got this idea, and it's like, I don't know, it's like, I have no idea what this place is, or you're any, it's like, I just heard about you, it's like, and they're like, we don't really, I guess you could talk to this guy, and they let me into a room, and he was like, this is awesome, we should make this happen, somehow. And he picked up the phone, and he called some guy, and he was like, yeah, I got a meeting for you. And it turned out that this was like, around 99, so it was like IT bubble territory. And Sweden was, has always been pretty ahead in digital stuff. So it turned out that MIT wanted to start a campus in Stockholm. And this was like, everybody's like, yes, please, let's do this, right? And then eventually MIT was like, okay, you're going to have to pay for everything that is like, you're going to have to actually pay for the whole campus. And then we want $50 million every year so you get to call yourself part of MIT. And then, we'll send over some lecturers every once in a while. And Sweden was like, 50 million? It was like, this is crazy. So they were like, let's just do it ourselves. So they started this place called the Interactive Institute, and they had no idea what they were going to do, but they were just like looking for random ideas and so they hired a whole bunch of, collection of people, and I was the first one they hired.
Nice.
And I was like, well, this is crazy.
And the fact that C has lasted for so...
Let's just do it ourselves. So they started this place called the Interactive Institute, and they had no idea what they were going to do, but they were just like looking for random ideas and so they hired a whole bunch of, collection of people, and I was the first one they hired.
Nice.
And I was like, well, this is crazy because I'm not really a programmer. Like, I've written a few lines, and I read that book like 2-3 years ago. How's this going to work? So I asked him, like, no, we need a team of 2 people. So I had a friend who was a really good programmer, and he sort of helped me get going. And that's really how I started. So the first thing I ever programmed was Verse, the networking protocol. And the second thing I ever programmed was a subdivision surface rendering engine, essentially.
That's a wild start.
Yeah, it was just crazy. Yeah. But it was a really, really fun place, and it was mad, and, there was, like, too much money around, too many crazy people, but it was fun until everything, everything fell apart, kind of, but, yeah.
Okay. So, you mentioned that the book on C, so you get the experience from that,
Yeah.
and then the friend of yours. So this was like a combination of book in free time for the introduction and some other people influence to get started.
Yeah, but I think one thing that's kind of interesting about me, and we'll get through the whole story, but I never, for a very long time, I never ever worked like in a big team, or like with other programmers, and my friend just like had a proper education. He knew what he was talking about. But it was still sort of a low-level C programmer kind of guy, and it was still sort of early that people were like that. Nowadays, like if you go to CS, all you learn about is, I don't know what you learn anymore, but it was pretty hardcore. I mean, he came from the Amiga scene and, you know, programmed assembler and things like that. So, you know, it was kind of from that culture, and I, you know, been in that world. But so I programmed for many years alone, and sort of just figured it out by myself. And I have a massive bookshelf here. I'm gonna, you know, I'm setting up a studio. We have a massive bookshelf. We're actually calling the studio the library because the library's so big. But if you look inside here, there's like 10 books about programming, and then there's like 150 books on like art direction and art and comics and like every kind of, you know, I have more books on photography and architecture than I do about programming. So I was like, and the most of the ones that I have about programming I haven't actually read. So I've sort of developed my completely own style, right? And for most of this time I was just like, for many years, at least 10 years, I didn't call myself a programmer. Like, programmers are real people who write real code, and, you know, and I'm just writing code. That's a different thing. I'm just, like, goofing around here. And then I would hear people say, like, oh, you should program like this or like that. And I was like, well, that seems strange to me, but I'm sure they're right, you know. And then further I went, I was like, I don't think that's the way to do it. I think people are wrong. I think computer science is wrong. And then I also started sort of hearing from, you know, the people I really look up to, like the best programmers in the world, you know, that I
God fucking
come in
damn it.
contact. They would sort of, you can meet them at like game developers conference, like in a bar. They would be like, well, actually, I don't follow those rules. I don't care about that. I'll do, you know. And you would hear that people are like, oh, you know, actually people that are really hardcore, they kind of do it my way. But that's not how people are teaching it. But the difference is that I'm kind of virgin because I never ever got taught the different way. So it's like, even when I talk to people who are really good, who are really far in my direction, they're like a little hesitant about saying they're doing these things, so they're a little hesitant of like admitting it, or like, I don't know, it's I feel like they're a little damaged from sort of what's being taught, and it's like they don't want to come off as bad, or like, you know, and I just stopped caring at some point, and so a bunch of years later, I actually, I was like, I'm going to talk about how I do it, and that's where I gave a talk. A friend of mine asked me, you know, come to Seattle, I'll give a talk, and I was like, okay. So I gave my first programming talk, and it was like 2 hours long, and then I was like, I got to record this. So I recorded it, and I put it on YouTube, and there's no camera or anything, and it's got like 800,000 views now, and I'm regularly referred to as that guy who did that video. That is awesome, you know. So it's sort of, you know, it's sort of, I had no idea that it was going to get that big, but then I think that was kind of the start of me caring about, you know, being more assertive about how to program, I think. So yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that there are people that you looked up to in terms of like who know how to program. Do you want to make some of the names public of your influence?
Yeah, I mean, if you grew up when I grew up, like John Carmack is like a total badass in many ways, and you know, I've met him once or twice, and I'm good friends with actually some of the people who developed Doom.
What the fuck?
Sorry about the noise outside. So I worked in id, so I have some secondhand. But there are other people like that, like I look up to people like Linus Torvalds, obviously, and who else? Jim Keller. He's not a programmer, but like just as an engineer. There's a lot of people like that that I look up to that are like really hardcore and aren't afraid of low-level stuff and aren't afraid of getting their hands dirty. So, yeah. But, I don't know. I look up to a lot of people, you know, in a certain way, but I also sort of, you know, I think everybody should program the way they want to, so I have a special style, and I'm sort of preaching my style, but I also want people to sort of ignore my style and, you know, do whatever they want. It's like, so I wouldn't say, like, I don't look up to people in terms of, like, oh, I want to write exactly like John Carmack's code. There's, like, aspects of his code that I don't like, you know, and yeah, so.
Okay, so let's go back to verse. Maybe you can paint a picture what verse is and what it allows for.
Yeah, so verse was, although I'm still using it all the time, is a network protocol. It's an API you program for, and you can basically exchange 3D graphics, so, you know, textures and meshes and things like that, and everything is real time. So at any time you can say, oh no, this vertex is over here, or let's add some polygons over there, or let's change these pixels. And that allows, you know, if you integrate this into applications, you can actually get them to collaborate. And so all my tools that I've written that use this act as if they're one tool, even though they're different tools. So you can have different interfaces for different people, and everybody's just like real time, you know. And, you know, when we get to games I've made, they use this, so you can sit and model in your modeling application and see the model change.
What, dude?
inside the
This is
game
like,
and
this is
make it
insane.
work. You know, you don't have to save or export or anything. So it was a pretty bold idea at the time, and you know, if you want the modern version of that, it's Omniverse is very similar to what I was doing. The problem with
This
the
is
whole project is
retarded,
basically
dude.
you have
This
to
is
do
actually
integration,
retarded.
and nobody wants to do integration, and especially Autodesk doesn't want to do integration, but they want to own everything. So that kind of, you know, that kind of sucks. But yeah.
This is
So I
insane.
worked on that for
Why
a
is this
couple
the
of
fucking
years.
standard?
I would think that this is a super cool idea to have the, for example, Blender open, and then you can
Yeah.
modify the model, and then you have your game in an engine or whatever, and it's live updated in real time right now.
Yeah.
Why is this not a like primary way of doing this? Because like
Well-
all the exporting and like inverting normals
Yeah.
and blah blah blah,
It's-
and like
It gets generally complicated to do that because like different applications have their own internal
God.
documentation, and that makes things very difficult. And the VFX world is kind of doing this right now because they are somehow trying to move over to USD, which everybody says USD is great, and it is. I know some of the people who made it; they're great people, and they really understand how movies are made. So it's a very clever format. And the problem is like you kind of have to rewrite your software to support it, and it's like Maya is not going to be rewritten anytime soon. Let's just say that. So the integration is very, very tricky because you kind of want to structure everything around that data model, and I think that format today has the clout to sort of be the thing because it's pushed by
My God.
big industry companies and things like that.
Why
but
is this?
it's
Why, like,
it's
why
still
is
very,
the
very
ecosystem this bad? Guys, why is the
So,
ecosystem
yeah.
this bad? This is
I think
insane.
the big lesson that I had was in the whole project
God,
is
I'm
like
fucking moving, okay.
never ever do anything that depends on somebody else doing something because it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's a bad idea. So yeah.
okay.
But I mean, it got me started, and I'm as I said, I'm still using the tech all the time. So.
And you also worked on a modeling tool.
Yeah.
I am worried. I am concerned with the pronunciation.
Locaro is the.
Locaro.
I'm
Okay.
funny with names. Yeah, so it's a sort of sketch-like subdivision surface modeler that I wrote, where there's actually no like visible UI. You just draw things and then you can make them into 3D, and you get subdivision surface models, and it's pretty cool. And lots of graphics and stuff I've made is made in that. So all the assets for my games, lots of things. If you're watching the video, you can see all the stuff behind me that has been like logos and characters and yeah, like lots of things I've made in that. So.
And subdivision surface modeler, it's maybe we can define a little bit how it works compared to like Blender and like sculpting.
So, subdivision surface is a technique for creating smooth surfaces, and it was invented by Ed Catmull and whoever Clark was, Kaplan Clark. And basically what you do is you take a normal polygon mesh, and then you just split all the polygons, and every quad becomes 4 quads, every triangle becomes 3 quads. And then you sort of have an algorithm to round that so it's slightly smoother, and then you do that multiple times. You know, quadruple the amount of polygons every time you do it, and eventually you get a smooth surface. And what's really, really neat about it is that you can use it as like higher order curves like nerves and Beziers and things like that. But those are very limited in that they have, they're basically grid. They're a fixed topology. And that means you have to do a lot of managing and stitching and getting continuity is like really difficult. But with polygons, that's super easy. You just like build any polygon mesh that you can do this operation and why subdivision surface in my application different? Well, you can make a normal polygon modeler. Once you model your thing, you say now smooth it, and then you apply a polygon that is smooth. And that's kind of what Blender and a lot of applications do. What my application does is that you always follow the sort of case, the polymath, but then automatically what you see in the viewport is the smooth surface. So the viewport except they don't have to care about the polygon. The polygon can have anything they want. They can work on it as polygon. They don't have to apply a filter or anything. Happening right in the viewport. And unfortunately, there's not too many modelers that work like that. Most of it, really around it. It was really cool model, by the way.
And both
Yeah, everything I've ever done is CNC. Like, yeah.
That's C89.
Yeah. So I was very old school
You still have pace?
It gets to a lot of different things, but one of them is that I want to write code that is incredibly simple. Like I don't believe in something like I believe that you can write everything out everything you need, and then you can follow it's like literally abstractions, like everything is done the same way every time, so therefore you get this sort of, you can always see what's going on, there's macros or anything like that that sort of can hide anything, you can things like that. And I don't think that this is a long time I've added a requirement. But they've also been creating that solved. And now I'm in DG14, so I'm part of the discussions about future versions. And that has been amazing experience because I'm pretty damn good at C now. But I'd say, like, most of the issues and most of the things that are talked about are things I don't care about. Like, I don't really care about any of those things. Like the future version of C, that's not.
We'll come back. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, we'll come back.
We'll come back to that. Okay. So next on journey, on your adventure, is with a mythical game called Love.
Yeah. So there was a few more twists and turns before that because I was working with on Verse for a long time, and we got a big grant for a couple of million euros, and we put together a big consortium of people, and Blender was part of that. So I became good friends with Tom Rosendahl, and it was a lot of good stuff. And I got to work as a researcher at a university, so my grandfather finally let go of how I was a failure. It's like, okay, that's cool now, you know. But I got really tired of a couple of things. I got tired of trying to get other people to adopt my stuff, and the other thing is, academia is a place where really, there's a lot of great things about academia, but academia is a place where reality doesn't matter, but a lot of really stupid things matter, right? It's like people fight really hard about some really inconsequential things. And I was like, I don't want to spend my life here, you know? And I think it's like, I don't know, I always had a little bit of I like teaching people other things, you know, but I'm really conscious of not being a teacher, if that makes sense.
No. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to be a teacher in terms of I spend my, especially once you get older, I think, a lot of people go I don't want to do anything anymore. I'm just going to be the wise man who tells the young people how to do things, and I'm going to walk around with my wisdom, you know. And it's just further and further from reality, and you know, sort of second order influence over the world, and you pretend you're influencing people, and maybe you are, but it's I don't know. I think, you know, it's great to share information, and I'm super, but I don't want that to be the primary thing I do, I think. So yeah, where were we?
So we were discussing your venture into the academia.
Yeah, my venture out of academia. So I wanted to do something, and I've been a member of the OpenGL Architectural Review Board for a bit, so it's actually very, 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 very tangentially part of designing the shading language and a lot of the changes that happen around early modern OpenGL, as if you could say such a thing. So I knew I could do graphics, I knew I could do art, I knew I had a bunch of tools, I knew I could render. I sort of realized one day, I can make a game. I've done networking, I've done, there's no part of a game that I can't make. I can do everything. I've been an artist, I can do anything. So, I started...
This is very fast.
Wow.
This is much fast. You know, so it was fast.
Which was
So the only slow part was having any C code makes it slow.
Game where I wrote everything from scratch in C, and it was a ginormous amount of work.
This is really fast. I mean, look at this shit.
Almost 10 years on it. So it was a pretty huge effort.
Very fast.
It went terrible in many ways. So, yeah.
And 3D, you didn't mention that it was 3D, which
Yeah, it's a
adds
first-person
yeah.
action, game. So it's a shooter in many ways. So yeah, so I learned a whole bunch on that project. I think the big mistake I made, and I see this everywhere in the games world, is like, let's build an amazing game where everything can happen and just put the players in and then amazing things will happen. And if we just like simulate the world, it'll be great. And it turns out we're already living in a really, really, really good simulation where everything's super detailed and we still choose to play 8-bit Mario. So complexity is really not the thing you want to do. It was tough. I had a lot of I was pretty depressed actually because it failed spectacularly.
Bro, this is so fucking good.
And there was a while where I was like, I'm not going to program anymore. I'm just going to do something else, like
Okay.
write books or whatever.
So, never mind.
I was pretty out of it.
My assertion that
But then,
D is faster was actually correct. It's faster by a lot. 5 times. 5x. That's 5x faster, guys. This is...
my life.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I mean, look at this.
There's a game
It
company
just
called
fucking built that
made
entire thing.
If you know of it. Yeah, they're pretty famous, and there was a couple of people there.
But this isn't a fair comparison, right?
Tony
Because...
Santiago and a couple of people that I knew. I've run into them at Game Developers Conference, and
Because this isn't a fair comparison.
These are the makers of Journey
So...
and
Yeah.
Flower.
Yeah. So I got to visit them during the making of Flower, and I got to visit their studio in LA. And it was great, and then we're all sitting down talking about the game. I got to play the game before it was out, and it just got really.
I don't know if this is...
It got man, it was like. I don't know. I felt like I said something stupid.
I'm curious. I'm really curious.
And I was like, okay. So
Zig.
afterwards, I sent my message. I think it was to Kelly. I sent a message like, I'm so sorry about this. I'm really I didn't mean to mess everything up. So I got time went by, they released the game, was a huge hit, and we met every now and then. And then a couple years later, they were making Journey, and they were like, "Oh, you got to come down to the studio. We got a new studio. You got to come see it." And I was like, "Oh, okay, let's do that." So I went there and I saw Journey before it was released and before it was out. And, I got to play a little bit, and then we talked about it, and it got really tense and I don't know, the air was thick. It was just people were mad in the room. And I was like, after that, I was like, I'm never visiting this studio ever again. I love you guys. You make great games. I don't, no offense, but, I should not be in your room. Because I don't want, when I say what I think, you should ignore that. If you don't, make your game, you're great at this. Don't listen to me. Don't be upset about what I say. Just do your thing and please don't ever invite me again. And it's it's not a diss. I love you guys. And I was like, okay. And then a couple of years later, so the game was released. It was a massive hit. It was making so much money. It was the biggest game on PlayStation download ever. And it was everybody was like, oh, this is a new art form. And it was oh my god, they got so much praise. And deservedly, it was a great game. So, and then I went to somebody from Game Developers Conference Europe was like, we need somebody to talk about programming. Will you come? So I got invited to there, and I was I was so depressed at this point. I was completely ruined from my bad experience. And then I'm not going to go into details, but essentially there was somebody there from that game company, and they had like a post-mortem of this game. They worked on it for, I think, 4 years or something, and it was apparently like a constant war where everybody in the studio hated everybody else, and it was like there was this machinations of them trying to inspire each other and like steal each other's you know, equity, and it was like, you know, somebody lost their marriage, and it was like they hated each other to no end. And it's like, I was like, holy shit, was that going on when I was there? And they go, yeah, that's why, you know, as soon as you said anything, you took side in this war, and that's why everybody was mad. It was not because of you, it was just like, that was the war we were having, and it was hell. And it's like, people had to, like, I don't know, people had like stomach aches, and it was just, like this nightmare scenario. And I was like, I had no idea. I had no idea whatsoever. I was just like shocked, right? Because it was like, okay. And then I thought about it. It was like, okay, wait a minute. They spent 4 years of hell. Now I had like the opposite. I've had so much fun making this game. You know, it took years and years, but I've had so much fun. And then it ended in a thud. It's like, it just came from nothing. All this one came from nothing. And I was like, I don't think I want to trade. I think I got the better end of the deal. I think actually it's like, no, actually, and the fact that nobody liked it, including me, by the way, is cool. I can live with that. That's okay, you know? And that sort of got me back. And I was like, that changed me to the better, I think. So that was like, that was a very, very big part of my life, I would say.
When you were in the offices of that game company, it was like somebody asked you about like, oh, what do you think about this? And you said,
no, I
think
would just
it's
say like, oh, have you thought about changing this? And you know, what I didn't know was like, they had thought about that for 2 months. And we're all super mad at each other. And here I go, oh, I have an idea. It's like, no. They all had that.
Oh my god, that's so fucking slow.
Like putting some salt in some wounds, you know, but I had no idea, right? It's like I didn't know there was a war going on. I was just like, hey guys, have you thought about this? You know, so yeah.
So you were not shredding the game. You were not like, oh, this sucks or this is
no.
Just,
I mean, it was great, you know. So
okay, so just say anything about it.
Say anything. Like have any suggestion was probably a bad idea in that room. You know, so it was like, okay, well, yeah.
I think you're very harsh on love, the game. When I read about the game, like right now, there are people that say that like this game was like unlike anything else. It was mystical. It was changing over time depending on where you went. Like it's as if this is half like a social experiment, half like a dream. It's a unlike any other thing. But you're very harsh on the result of the game.
Yeah. For many reasons, I think it's important to be harsh on your own stuff, right? It's like you got to be self-critical. I think that's important, and I think all those things that you just said are sort of true. Like I can totally see all that, but I also think it didn't really come together, and I think game development is ridiculously hard, and it's hard for other reasons than people think it's hard. Most game development or game design works something like this. I like Diablo. I like Half-Life. What if there was Half-Life with some Diablo in it? That's the game we should make, you know. Or like, I like Diablo, but what if everybody was surprised? You know, and that's kind of how, you know. But what I'm interested in is
okay, I'm gonna go to work.
Build a genre. Like how do you analytically understand why something works as a game or not? And that is much, much harder. And I think I figured that out after Connection Bandit Love. There is a version of Love that sits on my hard drive that has fixed a lot of things in terms of gameplay. And it's actually a lot better now. Because it was like, so after I did it, after I finished, I took a couple of years off, and then I thought about like games, and back in my mind it's like, if I could do it again, here's what I would do differently. That's what I thought. And then I took like, I think I took a month and was like, I'm gonna see if it will work. And I did, and it was like, I got the feeling of like, this might not work. But I'm like, I'm not, there's too many things that are broken, there's like too much to finish, it's too rough for it, and I'm like, it's too much emotion. It's like, I'm sort of done with that part of my life, so I'm sort of, that's kind of as far as I wanted to go, which is like, you know, I wanted to know that I could solve it rather than solve it, if that makes sense. Like, I wanted to be like, okay, I can stop thinking about this now, because it's like, I know what I did wrong, I know, you know, and so I kind of want to release it as open source, but I'm, you know, because it just sits on my hard drive, why not? But there's some broken stuff in it, and there's also, I mean, the code is not pretty in many ways, and one of the reasons it's not pretty is because I spent, you know, better part of a decade just trying random stuff, and if you do that with a code base, it doesn't like get pretty, I guess. So I'll, you know, right now I'm very busy, but if the public is adamant enough, I might take the time to do it at some point. So,
Everyone,
yeah, we'll see.
let Eskil know in the comments.
Yeah, again. Damn, I gave myself more work now.
You couldn't have picked a better name for a game that is like emotional baggage right now.
Yeah.
It's like, to call it love.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had a small community, and there was like no end in jokes of like, you know, Eskil is making love again, and you know, there's all those things, and a lot of hadaway, because people were like, what is love? Yeah. So there was a lot of jokes around that.
If you look back, you mentioned that you came back and you fixed some of the things. So conceptually, what wasn't working in the original version, and then what was fixed? Like, what was the lessons learned from this?
So there was a lot of things. I want to keep some of that secret since I'm starting these baking studios that is like based on all these ideas.
All right.
So I wanna be like, but I can say this because I think it's like, I think that kind of game needs to have a sort of good imbalance in it, so that like when you're in one set of circumstances, those over time will tip you into another set of circumstances, and those circumstances will tip you into the next one, so that you get sort of a live world that is constantly like evolving. And Love was able to do that even before that. It would have like moments of that, and that's kind of where, like, I understand people who say it's amazing because there were things in the game that I've never seen in a game before. Like you could go to a village, and when you're in a village, there would be an attack from another village that would be 100% procedural, and they could destroy that village, and you know, you could help defend that village, and you know, there were like dynamics like that. You just like, you don't see that in a first-person shooter. Like that village gets destroyed, and the AI will build a new one somewhere else, like while you're playing. It's like there was things like that that were like kind of breathtaking in a way, you know, and it sort of has the scaffolding of something really amazing. but it's like it doesn't really come together. It doesn't really, you know, work all the time, and you know, so it's like, you know, there was definitely moments of it where it's like, you know, there's definitely like a resting moment. I think that's the most positive thing I can say about the game. So yeah.
And you needed to run servers for this, right?
Yeah, that was a big problem, and that's, yeah.
Okay.
That cost me a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. So this was probably the tricky part to keep going. Like, it's different. If it was like a single player game, you could just leave it out there, sort of.
Yeah. So it's not just that. There's more, and that's one of the problems of releasing it. Is eventually I made it so that anybody can buy and set up their own server, but you need a master server to be able to find other servers. So you need to still run a server, and I'm working on a bunch of tech to get around that. And now I actually have a server in my house, so I could run it. But yeah, there's a lot of work to make that work.
So we finished the love discussion, and how from love we get to EXO.
So EXO was actually, I mean, still is. EXO is a real-time strategy game that I've been working on for over 10 years, but in a completely different way. So I wrote an engine in like maybe 8 months or something like that, and then I worked on the game. I worked on the game for like 2 weeks every year or something like that. So I've been sort of constantly thinking about it, and I was like, I should change this unit like this. And then it's like, you know, I'll take a week off and I change it. And I was like, I don't know, I'll think about it for a couple of months. And then, oh yeah, let's do that. And I think in many ways it was like therapy of making it like that. And it was also sort of just like figuring out how games work, and learning a bunch of stuff.
In what way?
Well, just like having a playfield, right? Having, you know, if you have a game you can work with, you can take ideas and put it in that game and learn things. The really stupid thing about EXO and why it's not finished for sure is that don't ever make a multiplayer game alone. It's just like I keep making that mistake. So, but I'm probably gonna make something with EXO in a little while. Right now, it's super. Yeah, we get to what I'm working on right now. But essentially, what happened with EXO was, so one thing I did wrong in EXO was that I made everything data-driven, which is a really good way to build things, right? You want to, you know, here you need kind of software development. Like if you can generalize things, that's a good idea, right? You want, you know, if you can say everything is a file, that's good. If everything is this or that, or like you can generalize things, that's a great idea. And EXO is extremely generalized, so all units and all items in the game are the same thing with just different settings. So you can, you know, change anything. Everything is just a bunch of numbers. And that's a great idea for everything except for games, in my opinion. Because what I learned was that anytime you can every time you generalize anything in the game gets worse. Right? It's like anything in the game. Anytime you can every time you generalize anything in the game gets worse. Right? It's like if you have two guns in a game, you don't want them to just be the same gun with just different stats. You want one of them to be a hit scan and the other one to be a projectile, and you know the next to be, you know, a thing that spews fire that sticks to things, and the other thing to be a hook that. Every gun to be completely different, and like if they share one line of code, that makes them worse, right? So you want actually in gameplay to do that, right? That's like great for all other programming, but not for game development. Because as soon as you decide that all guns have this property, then you're gonna want to change that property, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to break my beautiful design and then you're fighting against good game design. You're making your game worse because you're like, but I made this nice code. That's bad. So, I actually think that it's like game development needs code that is completely non-generalized, kind of. That is a good thing. So, we're jumping ahead a little bit here, but I got to a point with EXO where I was like, this engine really sucks, and I know that now. And then kind of precisely a year ago, my family, my son and his mother, they went on vacation without me and had a week off. And I was like, I'm gonna rewrite the engine. So I rewrote the whole engine in a week, like pretty much. And then I was like, this is awesome. Like, I want to make 1 million games in this engine. Like, you could start a company just making games in this engine, because this is like, this is prototyping heaven, And then I started thinking about it. It's like, I'm going to start a studio. So now that means that EXO is like on ice. Because first of all, I don't want to ever touch that code base again. So if EXO is ever alive, it's because I re-implemented it in the new engine. And we'll see when I learn that. But yeah, so EXO is kind of in a certain way it's dead, But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay. There is we're now getting into like a bit of a packed chronologically area, I think, because there is a Shimmer SQLite project. There's also the OPA. I think OPA was chronologically earlier. The debugger.
It was kind of the OPA is the OPA is Korean slang for debugger. So it's a program that Overwatch is, keeps track of what you're doing. I thought Big Brother. And that's what Oppa Gangnam Style is from. Oppa is so yeah. I was visiting Korea around that time, so that's why I did that. But I wrote it in like 4 weekends while doing other things. So it was just a prototype of like what you could do. And what it does is that it's a function you put inside your code, and it takes a pointer, it takes a string, which is the type name of that pointer, and then a string, which is the header file where that pointer is, that the type is defined, and that's it. And what it does then is that it sends that pointer and that information over the network to the program, and then that program parses the C file, figures out the memory layout, and knows what's inside of that pointer, and then sends a message back to the program being like, oh, that pointer, that's nice. Could you give me like this many bytes into it? And then it sends over those bytes, and then it's like, aha, now we can display that on the second screen. And then you can have a pointer in that. First, you know what type of pointer, and you know what the content of that is. So now you can ask the program, like, hey, you also send me this pointer and this many bytes forward. And then you can actually traverse the whole, like, a whole graph of structs that point to each other. And you can also send messages back where you say, on this, address, could you please overwrite this with this value instead? So therefore, you can sort of poke into memory of the running application and change things, which is a sort of pretty neat thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And
that's
it also looks wild, like all of your products, by the way. And there is a video of not like a tutorial, but like a showcase of Oppa on your website, and it's awesome. I highly recommend everyone to watch it. It's awesome. Do you use it regularly?
No, I never used it actually. But I am working on something more advanced similar to it. So one of the problems is I had to write my own C parser, and the C parser I wrote was a little bit hacky, to be honest. And I've since written, like,
I can click on that.
it keeps coming back to I need to write a compiler at some point.
Enter, and then actually I will get it
For no other reason than to learn
allocate
C,
memory.
but also I need my own shader compiler. So it's like it's on my to-do list to write a compiler. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna have to live without it. So it doesn't sort of work. It works sort of on my C code with some limitations. It doesn't work on all C code. So it was more a proof of concept than like, I'm gonna make this into a product. So yeah.
Why do you say you had to write a C parser?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have one, so you have to write one. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I love here this quote of yours from Better Software Conference that you don't have the not invented here syndrome because you invented everything here. This is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's... So I have a lot of libraries. You know, I have my own platform libraries. I use them basically like SDL or, you know, something like that. I have, you know, UI libraries. I have rendering libraries. I have everything. Like, I, you know, load PNG files because I have my own PNG loader, and, you know, it's like, I do that, like, you know, that's partially it's about taking control over things, but it's also about learning. Like, actually, you know, a lot of times learning a API for a thing that does something, you know, takes a while, and actually implementing it from scratch doesn't take that much longer. But then when you do, you know it, right? It's like, I think there's a lot of things like that. Like,
ガンマイク
you know, I knew what it
すごいすごい絶対
looked like, but I really know it now that I've implemented it with web server, right? Then you really know. And it's like you get to that, you know, other level. So, yeah, I like doing things like that. And usually, yeah, it's the kind of thing
あめっちゃいい
like,
めっちゃいいでしょ
you know,
やば
do it in a couple of days and then just have that capability forever, right?
めっちゃい
I
い
don't ever have to find a copy of, you know, lineage. I don't have to because I just have that.
いい感じでしょ
これめっちゃ助かるマジで絶対数でも
There's things in libpng that people argue is wrong, and my library doesn't do those things. So it's
Hairy
you know,
window
I don't have to
screen.
and it's like,
ヘアリーウィンドスクリーン
ヘリーウィンドスクリーン
When did you
めっちゃいいでしょ
step out from the pure software
でも
into
もう
the
マジで
プロフェッショナルに見えるそう
project?
The
めっ
point
ちゃ高く売れ
is
る高く売れるらしい
でしょ
でしょいやマジでそうだよねいやめっちゃわかる
Even though you know we're not like
わあ本当にすごい
I've never
because
been
previously
money
you
to begin with.
just use
I've always been more interested
you know
in whatever I
the
wanted.
wireless microphone
And I've been lucky.
but you know
めっちゃプロフェッショナル
こうやってやってたら
やばいやばいやばい
プロフェッショナル
も
これ聞こえるでしょ
You only
for video creation
This is plus $1,000
ねでしょ
わあえぐいえぐい
need money.
Yes.
いつかね
Everybody
Will
wants
you
to
use
invest money
the
so that they can tell anything
drag
that's
commodore?
off.
ああそうね
もう絶対もう
You know,
悪くない
it's only like- it's like one way
面
to
白い
do
ね
that
音はもうね
is
大
to
体
make
結構いい音は
But
取れる
another
は
way
ず
of doing that is needing very little money.
わあすごい
I've been going at it
すごい
from back.
いいやつ
So I will have very little money, but sometimes I've needed money, and I was in San Francisco, and I met a bunch of people who were doing LED installations, and they were like, "Hey, we need like a free application to do, you know, design free light installations." And I was like, "I can't build a free application in a couple of weeks. What's the problem?" My library do that, you know, and they were like, "Amazing!" So I worked for them for a while, and I built a program called Stellar, and then that program sort of failed for various reasons, crazy reasons. Yeah, the CEO was jailed for 4 years for possession of marijuana. So So that's an adventure. But I'd written the software, and I didn't have a contract with them, which meant that I actually owned all the software I'd written, and I'd been very careful to keep all the rights to everything. So I owned everything, and then I got contacted by some people who were like, "Hey, you should do something." Some people in the lighting business, and I was like, "I don't know anything about lighting, so like whatever. If you want to do something, go for it, you know." And so I wrote some paperwork and basically say, like, if you can make something out of this, you know, we'll have a deal. And then it took a couple of years, and then they came back and were like, we're going to start a startup around this and get a bunch of venture money, so we need you to be part of it. And I was like, okay. So we started a company called Shimmer Industries, and I became the CTO and got to build a team. This was during COVID, so it was a crazy time. And we worked on that for a couple of years, and it's a terrible, terrible business. I now know. I didn't know, that's why I said, you should take care of the business, because I don't know anything about the lighting industry. Now I do, and it's terrible. It failed for all kinds of reasons. And one of the things that happened was that the CEO left the company, and I basically had to become CEO. I was like the only one, and I was like, okay, I'm the CEO now of a startup, and I have VCs, and I have to have board meetings and all that stuff. And I pretty quickly came to the conclusion this will never work as a CEO. I was like, this will never work. So I basically had a board meeting and told them, like, you should take your money back, because this is dead in the water. And their response was, no, don't worry about it. Like, take it easy, just think it through, think what you can do, keep the money, be cool.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was not what I expected. So I thought about it, and like, okay, one of the big problems was releasing software, and we needed hardware people. Again, same mistake, don't do anything where you require other people to do something for it to work. But I worked with a bunch of business people who wanted to do business deals and found out they couldn't. So I was like, okay, we didn't have much money left, but we had like $200,000. And I said, like, okay, if we don't have a hardware light, we can't. Like, nobody wants a light control system that doesn't control lights. That's not a thing. So it's like, we need to get some lights. We need to build lights. We need to be a hardware company. And they were like, that's never going to work. Like, you need $10 million for that. And I was like, I'm not sure. Like, I want to find out.
Oh my god, that's insane.
And they said, okay, and then they said, like, you can't spend all this money. I was like, I don't want all this money. It's too much money. Like, okay. So they were like, you can spend $50,000. That's all you can spend. And we used to have a run rate of, I think, $80,000 a month. And I was like, I can build something in $50,000. I can build a product in that. Turns out I couldn't, but close enough. So I basically am now building a very, very, very high-end luxury brand of light fixtures. And we're not quite ready to reveal them yet. But it'll be the Lamborghini of light fixtures. It will be insane. So I've spent the last 2 years learning how to CAD, how to machine, how to talk to like Chinese manufacturers and negotiate and build things, and gotten a 3D printer, and dealing with like PCB manufacturing, all those things, and it's been amazing. And we now have a prototype product actually on budget, but we're going to make another revision, which is going to cost us a little bit more. But I'm super excited about it, and I learned like an enormous amount. So right now I'm sort of, mostly a programmer and mostly a runner of a game studio, but on the side, I'm also sort of a hardware entrepreneur.
You're still a CEO of this company.
Yeah, I'm still CEO. I mean, there's no employees, and I haven't had a paycheck in 2 years because I was like, I told them like, if you don't take the money back, I'm not going to take the money. Like, I'm not, I'm going to take a paycheck when this is a real business. I'm not going to take a paycheck because there's money in the bank. I mean, it's like, so I've been working for free on that, but it's like, I love my investors for allowing me to do that. I mean, to them it's peanuts, but still, like, it's giving me the trust to basically say, hey, I've never manufactured anything, but I'm going to learn how to do it. I'm going to make something. And, yeah, so it's super, super fun.
You're doing this, like, after hours.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that hardware manufacturing is incredibly cheap these days. Like, making things is very, very cheap. And the problem with hardware is that it's very, very slow, right? If you want a part, you can specify it, and you say, here's what the part I want, send that off to manufacturing, and then it can take like months for you to get back a prototype, and then you're like, oh, this is a little bit wrong, and then you change the CAD model, and you can do that in an hour, and then you're like, okay, we'll get you a new one in two months, right? So if you have like a staff of 10 people that you're paying salary, you have an office, and that's just like murderously expensive. Like, that mistake is just like unrecoverably expensive. But you don't do that. You're just like, I'm not going to take a paycheck. I'm going to, let the money be in the bank, only pay for the things that I spend. Then it's actually really, really viable, right? And it's like, it's amazing what you can do. It's amazing. And it's like, all you got to do is start trying. And, my apartment is full of junk because I just like, I draw junk in my CAD program, and then I'm going to send it off to the manufacturer, and it comes back, and I'm like, oh, they didn't, they'll complain. They'll like, oh, we can't make this corner. Great, now I know you can't make this corner, right? So it's just like, I've been doing that for the years, and it's just like very, very slow. And I got a 3D printer, and I'm practicing padding toys for my son. That's like, I'm making like fake Paw Patrol toys.
Nice.
For him, just to get better at it. Yeah.
Okay. How do you divide your time between game studio, hardware things, shimmer, and other stuff?
My day usually looks like this. I usually wake up in the morning and I take my son to preschool, and then I go to the office and work. And now I have a studio. I tend to stream a couple of hours, and that's when I do most of my hard work. I was invited to a party a bunch of years ago by Intel, and they were like, we want you to live program these technologies. And I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then they were like, we're flying you to San Francisco to do it, and putting you up in a nice hotel. And I was like, I'm there. And I stayed with a friend of mine who departed, who unfortunately is no longer with us. And we had this great time. And part of that was like, okay, I got to set up my computer to live stream. I need to have done this once before I sit in front of this party full of people, and all these people paid for me. So I started live streaming in development, and I was like, holy shit, this is it. Because the moment you press that, broadcast button, you're on. You can't check your email, or you can't, goof around. You're on. Right? So the amazing thing is, like, I'd say that in a 4-hour stream today, I do more work than I used to do when I used to work like 12 hours a day. So, so nowadays I try to do one stream every day. A couple of days a week I do 2. I spend time, with a team. Usually I have to pick up my son around 4, and then I'm with him most of the day. And then when he goes to bed, then I do other things, and I do a little bit of writing. I try to keep up with all the C standard stuff, and I do all the, hardware stuff and all that stuff. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Well, okay. Nice.
I keep pretty busy. Let's just say that. It seems
So yeah. How do we get from there to Ministry of Flat, the UV unwrap
Okay,
area?
so this was kind of in the middle of all this. In the middle of all this, like, there was a lot of, between, I started making all the pretty graphic stuff. The graphics for the LED stuff. And then when that company went down, I gave all the stuff, and then I didn't have anything to do. And I was a little bit burnt out, and I was like, I don't want to start a new project. I want to just clean up some old stuff, and and I had this UVM wrapper that I'd written many years ago. That was kind of a goof. It was like, I wanted to make a UV editor to begin with, because I had lots of tools that didn't have a UV editor. And I made this little tool in it, which is if you clicked on a polygon that was UV, and then you drag over the edge of that polygon, it would automatically unfold the next polygon, right? So it would just like fold out. So you could just like drag and fall, and it was really fun. It was like so cool. Like it was like, oh, I can unfold a little box, and it's like I wanted to go this way, and it was like, and it was one of those like sometimes you make a feature and you're like, this is the application, like you know, and then I was like, well, if I do that, I could just like automate which edge it goes over, and then you don't have to do anything, right? So I wrote a little tool that did that. This was like many years ago, and I did it during Love's development, but Love didn't have texture mapping because, so just to go back to Love for a second, one of the critical things about Love, and I think critical about like what I learned around that era is that you got to be really, really smart about how you spend your time, and like you got to find what's your critical like advantage, right? And when I started making Love, there we go. The thing that was cool back then in graphics was like Gears of War. It was like 360 times, right? So everything was kind of very plasticky because everything had bump mapping, right? And everything was like gritty, but everything had like sharp edges because you didn't have that many polygons. So I was like, okay, my game is going to be all flat surfaces, no bump mapping, but there's not going to be a sharp edge anywhere. Everything's going to be soft and curvy, and and I'm just going to do the opposite of what everybody else does. And therefore, it's like, let's not do texture mapping. I mean, I used a lot of textures and shaders, but like, let's not use texture mapping because I'm one person. If I have to texture paint everything, game over. It's never going to be done, right? So you got to be really smart about where you put your time, and I learned a lot about that. And I think I knew a lot of that before I started Love, and the fact that it was released and was out and was a long list of smart decisions like that. So I didn't really have use for this tool. But anyhow, back to closer to now. So I was like, I'll clean up the code for that because it was using like old libraries. I was like, I rebuilt all my libraries. Let's update everything. So I did that, and then I was like, I can add this feature, and I can add that feature, and then and I added a bunch of features. And then eventually somebody from Intel was like, you should show this at SIGGRAPH. We're going to get you a room to show this. This is cool. And, you know, I had a bunch of friends at Intel, and Intel's been very nice to me over the years. And they were like, well, Intel, you know, they want to show cool stuff, but they want to show their CPUs, but you can't show a CPU. You want to show something running on it. So they're like, okay, we have a booth full of stations, and we put cool stuff in there. So I did this UVM wrapper, and they were like, oh, we'll give you a sponsored talk where you can talk about it. And I did that. A whole bunch of people from the industry showed up. Lots of people were interested. And all of a sudden, you know, people started coming out of the woodwork about licensing the technology. And eventually, I licensed it to Macron. So it was a non-exclusive license, but so yeah, if anybody wants to license it, it's still out there. And so it's now actually in Cinema 4D. So everybody go buy Cinema 4D because they have the best UVM wrapper in the world. And I spent, you know, that was like a complete lucky break for me. And I finally made some money in my life. I was finally not poor. Yeah, and that was a big thing for me, being able to do that. And so yeah, you can go to ministroflats if you want to.com, and you can download it and use it for free, even for commercial use. So for if you're an artist or no artist and they hate UV unwrapping, just download it and have at it. The only thing that is you as long as you don't redistribute it or set up a service doing UV unwrapping, you're fine. And if you want to integrate it, then like so yeah, that's kind of it.
It says that it picks one of the 14 algorithms for the UV unwrapping that best suits the situation, and I wondered what is the best suits part, like how does it pick one?
So essentially, I mean, this goes back to PlayStation 1.
Okay.
So when you're working on a PlayStation 1, you have textures that are like, let me remember correctly, I think there's 64 by 64 pixels, and you really, really care about your UV wrapping. You really care. And back then, most applications didn't have UV editors. So the thing we did was actually, you model a whole model, you make a copy of the model, and then you move all the vertices in your model so that they become flat. And then you project on your textures on that, and then you move all the vertices back to where they were and look at the copy you made to make sure they end up where they were supposed to be in the beginning. So it was a terrible workflow, essentially. So I learned like all the rules of what's good UV wrapping. And there's a whole bunch of papers about how to do UV wrapping. And they all sort of use various heuristics for what's good UV wrapping. And if you're an artist, you know that that's not really how UV wrapping works. Like how you do UV wrapping depends a lot on what kind of model you are and what approach you do. And you know, there's a lot of sort of tricks. And so what I did was I wrote an algorithm that did all of those tricks. So you take a model and you unwrap it and you look at the results and you say, yeah, that's good, but I wouldn't have done that. Okay, write a thing to detect that thing, and then write a special algorithm to fix that thing. And then you do that many, many, many times and just like push new models and it's like, oh, now it's regressed from this thing. Oh, okay, well, it thought this was like that. It's not. This is not actually this case. It's another case. Okay, we got a new detector here that can tell the difference between this and this. And you just like, you do that for 2-3 years, and you're really good at it, and then you get a really good UV wrapper.
Human reinforcement learning.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Awesome.
So,
okay, ministryofflat.com, and it's available for free. Like,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, if you're an artist, you can use it for free. But if you want to put it like automate your application by putting, there's a C library you can license and you can integrate into your thing, and it does everything for you. So yeah.
Now, you had an idea of re-engineering the internet, which is pretty cool. You must say it's pretty cool to have the idea to reinvent the internet.
I think a lot of people have had that idea lately. The question is about how.
Yeah.
So you're talking about Unravel. Yes. Unravel is a long project that I'm not sure will ever be done. So it's sort of a research-ish project. I'm actually working on it quite a lot right now. I'm working on a library called Marshall, which is going to be pretty core to that. But the idea is sort of this, that right now on the internet, there's all this information, and it's being stored on a bunch of servers, right? And I'm sort of questioning, why don't you store all that stuff yourself, right? It's like, why don't you have your photos yourself, right? And instead of you going to Facebook and asking them, hey, give me a feed of all the stuff that you think that I am interested in, wouldn't it be better if you got all the information you were interested in from the internet, or your computer got it from you, and then you have your own local database, and then you could have your own algorithm or way of viewing that information, right? And there's no ads, there's no, you control it because it's your machine, right? You can write your own algorithm for doing whatever you want. Do you want to see everything chronological? Do you want to see everything, however you want to do it. So to do this, you need a couple of things. First, you need a database, and a data format that is really powerful. And that's what Marshall is. You need a storage data, which is something else that I worked on called Heap. And then you need a network protocol where you can share this stuff. What you want to be able to do is publish things on this network. But you can also just take things off of existing internet. So instead of you going to 5 different websites to read your news, why can't your computer go to those websites and put that data in your database on your machine, and now you control it, and you can view it however you want, and because you just want the information, right? And I want to put the user in control. That's kind of the idea. So it solves a whole bunch of problems, right? It solves social media. It solves a lot of engineering problems of sharing. Sharing a file is so hard for some reason, and the whole internet is built on a monetization model that is just kind of broken for several reasons. I mean, it's annoying with ads, and we can, but that's actually not the main problem. The main problem is that everybody tries to feed you easily digestible crap information because that's what keeps you glued to the screen, right? So they're trying to wrestle control over what we watch, and I think we should take the control back. So that's kind of the overarching goal. Then I'm also want to ridiculously over-engineer this thing, which is why it takes forever, because I want it to be awesome. So yeah, that's kind of the idea behind Unravel.
You mentioned a library called Marshall for efficiently storing this, so compressing the information and store it.
It's not compressing, it's a I'm very excited about it, but it's kind of boring in certain ways. Think of it as a key value store, or a thing that can store data on disk. So a serializer, if you will, right? It's think of it as like, oh, JSON is a file, and you load it, and then you have a bunch of data, and then you can save it, and you can load, a JSON file, you don't know what is in it, and like query it or build a UI for it. Except JSON stuff. And this is a binary format that is has some really good properties. Like one of the important things that it does is that it has a separate description of what's in the file from the actual files. So it mimics a computer very much sort of like where you have a bunch of structs and other type defs, and then after that you have allocations that are like chunks of memory. And one of the really cool things about this is that all the accessing of this data happens without unpacking it. So if you want to load the JSON file, what's going to happen in your computer is you're going to read a file, you're going to get a bunch of text, and you have to have a parser that and makes a load of allocations and puts that in a tree structure, and then you can traverse that tree structure to find a thing. With my system, you take the binary blob, you put that in RAM or maybe you have a memory maps file, and then you just say, I want this information, and it will just go into that and read it where it is. You won't have to take it out, you won't have to allocate anything. It'll be super fast. It's like finding, over here is the byte you want, here's the data. So if you want to read and write something from the data structure, you can do that extremely quickly. It's very, very efficient. And then you can also use that, you can use the information, since you have a description that is separate, you can build and use that as a query. So essentially, I can send to you data, and I say, here's my data structure, here's how I structure it, here's all the data. Good, right? And if I did that with JSON, every time I have, an entry called name, it would have to say name. I send that string name 1,000 times if I send 1,000 names, right? Here I would send that once, and then you know the data structure, and you can quickly find 1,000 names. So it's more efficient that way. But what I can also do is say, hey, I'm going to send this structure without any data, because this is the information I want from you, right? And then you can build a UI from that struct. And if it's like, it has a name and it has, your age and a bunch of things, you can fill that out and you can send back the data chunk to me, right? And now you can build remote control systems and things like that, where computers can talk to each other. Because it's a way of not just sending data, but requesting data. Like this is, you can be a washing machine and say, this is the information that I need to operate. Like this is the information about what I'm doing, and this is the information you can send to me so that I can wash clothes, right? And that turns out to be something that's very useful for lots of things. That kind of, you can build like an app that talks to a system like this, and it can do anything, right? Because on the other end of this, it can be anything. So it's kind of powerful. And then I'm truly going overboard with how complex this system is with all the fancy tools I'm building for it. So yeah.
Well, everybody
I'm going to give a good talk about it at some point.
Oh, nice. For everybody who's interested, you also keep a blog, like a diary of what is happening in the project. So you can go there and check out the latest diary at least to see what's happening.
Unravel.org. So.
And how does this interact with the existing internet? What's the idea here? Because, for example, if you want news, you need like API. It can or cannot be there somewhere out there. So
first of all, it runs on IP, right? That's the first thing. So they, the infrastructure would be the same. And it's a database. You can take your data and put it in that database. And if that data comes from, your photo library or your notes or your whatever, it doesn't matter, right? It's just like, you can take them down from the internet. If that's like the old internet, you can scrape the internet, or you can have API access, or wherever you get your data. That's up to you, right? But the idea is, I think, like we need a way to store things, right? And if you think about computers, we have files, but they don't actually describe what they do, right? They may be called .jpeg, and then you know how to parse it. But if it's .bin, God knows what's in there, right? And this is kind of the problem, is that like we have a file system on our computers that are kind of primitive, that hasn't really changed in 50 years, honestly. Like, and there's so much more we're trying to do, and like on modern systems, which means like mobiles, they try to hide the fact that there even is a file system, right? Because it's like, that's scary. And therefore, we need something better, right? And I think the closest somebody's ever gotten to building what I'm thinking is actually Microsoft, who built something called WinFS, which was part of Longhorn, which is the disaster project that, basically they were trying to make a new operating system, and then they failed so miserably that they had to start over and redo everything, and that became Vista. So it's like, if you think Vista was bad, it was like the thing that was worse than Vista, essentially. But part of that was something called WinFS, which was, I think very wrong in lots of how it was designed, but had the right idea that like information on your computer needs to be accessible by everybody, right? If you have a calendar app on your application, like on your computer, it should just say like, give me the calendar, and calendar is just like a part of the computer, right? And the calendar application is just an interface to the, and then if you want to use another calendar application, you just use that one, and it uses the same data and the same, because it's on the same hard drive, and it's not a problem, right? There needs to be a format like that so that people can build applications like that, and I think that's like a major sort of stepping stone to going forward in computing. So I think there's like a tremendous amount of like opportunities in that area. So yeah.
Okay. At what stage the project is now?
I don't know. I've written like lots of pieces of it. Like I've written the local storage, and I'm now writing the actual storage system, and I've also written some of the networking, but not all of it. So it's probably going to take a long time. Right now, I'm just started a gaming studio, and I'm pretty busy with that. And the engine we're building, or I've built, is designed to be networked, but it's not networked. And the goal is we're going to ship our first game, and then I'm going to make the networking code for it. And I think it's going to be built on top of Unravel. So we're actually going to use Unravel as sort of a, our core technology, and use our engine as a test bed for tech. So I'm hoping to spend more time on it next year. That's my hope, but I make no promises.
Okay, it's a perfect segue to Kel Solar, a new game development studio. Tell me more about it.
Yeah. So it sort of started a year ago, kind of precisely, with me building this engine, and I was like, I should make something with this. And there's a podcast called The Business of Video Games with a guy called Shams, and I talked to him before, like just and I knew I think he said on the podcast, like, I'm looking to start a studio. Like, and I was like, I should talk to him because we're in the same city. Let's talk, because So I had I had breakfast with him, and he was like kind of excited, and it was like he was like very positive in many ways, but he was like, I can't commit to anything because I don't know. Let me, like, in a couple of weeks I'll know more. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I'm worried about paying for people because I just like we burned so much money on the LED stuff, and I was like, I want to hire a bunch of people. I want to be super lean. And he was like, well, there's a lot of education in Sweden, like for game development. And there's all these kids that come out and they're like, they want jobs, and there's no jobs, and they just want to, they'll do anything, they'll work for any, they'll work for nothing just to get a foot in the door. So like, and I was like, are they any good? And he's like, no, most of them are terrible. They don't know anything. But he says, like, pretty much in every class, there's like one student who actually is like good. So if you can find that one student, like, there are good people out there. You just have to look for them. So I was like, okay. And then he got back to me. Like, well, I don't know if I heard this. I think he got back to me and it was like, he got the job as CEO of Arrowhead, the big guy, Hellbackers too. So I was like, oh, okay, that's why. He didn't want to commit to anything. But I was like, I kept that in my head and was like, like, and I kind of did the math, and I was like, I could afford to hire 2 dirt cheap people for 2 years, and I can build a studio. And I always wanted to start my own gaming studio, but it was like, I didn't want an investor. I didn't want to, this is, wasn't right. And then there was like another thing that happened, which is so a little bit about my personal life. I'm single, and I've been single for a while, but a friend of mine, she was like, I want to have a kid. Would you consider being the father? And I was like, at first I wasn't sure, and then I was like, well, she's going to have a kid, whether I'm part of this or not, and I think the kid should have a dad. Like, if the kid doesn't have a dad, that's like, so whatever even if I'm the worst dad ever and never hang out with his kid, at least feel like he can find me when he's 15, or whatever. Like, so I think it's like, I'm doing, some kind of favor by just, so I was like, okay, let's do this. So we did like IVF together, and after a lot of back and forth, we got a son. And I was like, okay, I gotta help out. I was like, I need to, we got home from the hospital, and I was like, I'm gonna stay with you for like the first, week or whatever, just so everything's in order, and, And it's been 4 years now, and I have slept one night in my apartment since. So I pretty much live there now, and I'm very much a full-time dad. So I have this apartment where I come here every day to work. I have all my stuff here. And I was like, I'll just start a studio in my apartment. And I asked the co-op board of the building, like, is that okay? And they were like, oh yeah, no problem. So I was like, okay, I'm building a studio. And I figured out that if we can sell 15,000 games a year, then we're like pretty much break even. And that's not a crazy number. Like that seems doable at least. And I was like, if I lose all this money and we don't sell anything, I'm gonna have a lot of fun. So let's do this. And yeah, and I sort of, I got money. It's not, you get this question, are you rich? And it's like hard. I'm very rich from my point of view. I'm very poor from rich people's point of view. But I just realized it's like I don't want to buy Gucci bags for like I don't drive. Why should I buy sports cars? Like why? I like programming. Let's get a bunch of people programming. Like, so that's what I'm doing with my money. And I was like, let's do this, right? So then I just went out on Twitter and said, hey, I'm looking for junior game developers in, who want to program C and want to be mentored and get a really, 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 really terrible paycheck. And a bunch of people thought that was great, apparently. And I found 2 great people that I love working with. We're having so much fun. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. So,
The really, really terrible paycheck was probably very difficult to say no to, and this is why they wanted to join. Did you seriously advertise this in such a way? Like, this would be...
yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like, I don't want to pay anybody badly. It's
Yeah.
just like, I can pay you better, but then you have less time, so then you're very likely to be laid off soon.
Yeah.
Right? And the way I look at, like, I'm a huge student of, like, studios that are successful. Like, I visited Blizzard, I visited Lucasfilm, I visited, Sony Imageworks. Like, I have friends at Pixar and, all these various places, and I'm always interested in, like, why do some studios make it work? And I read a lot about that. So I have a lot of theories on how to run things, and I really wanted to put it to the test. And I wanted to not have investors, and not have shareholders. I don't want the people who work in the office to have shares, and preferably that would include me, because I want the people who work in the company to be in charge. And I don't want, like, when I retire, I shouldn't be like the dude that takes all the money when I'm no longer doing anything. I want to create something, a studio that is, like, self-sufficient for the people who work there. So I'm thinking about, like, if it works out, if we get some kind of stability, I want to create some kind of different company form to make it perpetual and not make it like something we're going to sell to Microsoft or whatever, right? That's not what I want to do.
Okay. So you have now 2 employees in a company, self-funded. You have a game engine called Phobos, right?
Yes.
The company is called Kel Solar.
Yes. It's the same company that I've been using for 15 years. So, more 20, I've used that name.
And now we kind of, again, very naturally transition into the general software side of things, because you have a unique way of writing software and also interacting with software, and you apply these principles in your own company, in game engine and the games that use this game engine. So maybe we can talk a little bit about that, how your game engine looks like from the outside and how people interact with it to make games.
So we're talking specifically about the game engine. The game engine is really a manifestation of, like, the kind of game studio I want to make. So I believe very strongly that, like, whatever tools you use will inform how you do things, right? It's like, it's the old adage of, like, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. And it's kind of where we are right now, for instance, in the gaming industry, is there's a lot of games with a lot of pretty graphics and no gameplay. Because when you sit down in front of Unreal or Unity, you basically have, here is your world that you build assets for. And that's what you do, right? There are game studios now that, like, don't have programmers. They're just a bunch of artists, and they make pretty things and put them in the game. And then you get games that are like that, and those games can be good, but that's not the kind of game I want to make. I want to make games about gameplay. I want to make, games that are about interaction. So what I decided to do is I want to build an engine where it's as quick as possible to prototype and build gameplay as quick, as humanly possible. You should be able to try anything. And once you've made a prototype, the distance between prototype and final release should be as short as possible. So you shouldn't have to make a bunch of art, and it should be very, very quickly. An example I think is like, let's say you want to do the shield mechanic from Halo. You get hurt, and the shield goes down, you wait a little bit, and it goes up again, right? You can implement the gameplay of that in like 20 minutes, right? It's just a little timer, and it's like super simple. But if you're in a real game studio, that is like months of work, because you've got to have a producer, and you've got to have like graphics design, and concept art, and then you're going to have audio team, and you're going to have like all of that stuff, right? And it's like, what if we could make something so that if you want to just try out that mechanic, you can get it on screen and get it playable in like, maybe not 20 minutes, but in half an hour? That would be super powerful, because then you can try all these things out and you can make cool stuff. So this engine is made for almost exclusively top-down games. That's what we're going to make. Top-down 2D-ish games, but with some caveats. So some things are incredibly powerful. So for instance, you have a full geometry engine. You can do Boolean operations with anything. So that means building a game where you can destroy things, or where you can cut things or build things is like trivial. You don't have to build things out of blocks or anything like that. You can make any shape you want, fit it with any shape. As a proper physics engine where you can do physics on all that with destruction, you can destroy anything. You can split an object in half if you want. You have really, really powerful pathfinding. And pathfinding, that is where the nav mesh, the navigation mesh, is regenerated every frame. And that means you can do navigation in a asteroid field where everything you're navigating around is constantly moving, right? And that makes it super easy to do things like moving platforms, because not only is it built in that if you're standing on a moving platform, you will move with it, you can pathfind from that to anywhere, and it just works.
What the fuck?
Also, like super, super fast ray casting, so you can throw out 1,000 rays to see what interactions work. There is a built-in query language where you can, like, if you're an entity and want to find another entity, there's actually a query language for that. So you can say, I want all entities of this type that has more than 0 in health and have this flag and is on the, is an enemy to me. Like, give me all those, and you get those things, right? So there's a lot of things like that are incredibly powerful. It also has a concurrency model, which is pretty cool. So all the game is designed. The engine is actually 2 engines. So there's going to be 2 implementations of the engine. One is the debug implementation, which is the one we're using right now, but it's designed so that there can be a high-performance version that will be extremely multi-threaded. And all the threading is hidden from the user, so you can write whatever code, and every entity in the world can run on a separate thread. And as a programmer, you don't have to care. It just works. So that means you can do, like, really, really heavy gameplay, like have lots of units, And that's not to say that that's what we're going to do, but that's kind of the freedom I want. I want, if you're designing something and it's like, what if there's 100 guards? You don't want to be like, oh, we have to re-implement everything because it's all, like, the engine can do 5. Like, no, it's like, throw 100 in there, it's fine, I also have this thing that I want to do, which is like a really cool RPG system that I'm excited to try once we get into networking. So everything is also deterministic. So the whole physics engine is all integer math. There's not a floating point anywhere in the physics engine. So that's an extra challenge. And the whole geometry engine is integer only. So that's pretty powerful too.
Okay. You mentioned something that like every entity can be on a separate thread. What happens if they interact with each other?
So it's actually that floated on Twitter a couple of years ago, where eventually you have two buffers. One which is the current state of everything in the world, and then read from the entire current state, but only write to its own state. Right? So you basically look at the world and interact. And then on top of that, there's a messaging system. So if you want to change another object, you can send a message to it, and then you can change whatever you want in that object. And that's kind of it. And that's enforced by all the APIs. So you can't really do it wrong. You can't accidentally write something you're not supposed to. And then, each frame you flip those two buffers over. And that means all entities in the world can operate simultaneously. And that means that a lot of things get simpler because you can do pathfinding in one go, right? Or things like that. Pathfinding is actually so cheap that a lot of times, like in our current game that we're working on, most units do multiple pathfinds every frame. Because they're like, I wonder if can I walk over here? Let's do a full pathfind and find out how long it would be, and what materials we would pass. And it does all this stuff. And it's like it's so cheap you can, I think I did a test where I had like 10,000 objects that were pathfinding per frame, and it works. So yeah, pathfinding is very fast.
Nice. I talked to Anton Mikhailov, who worked on Dreams at Media Molecule, and he mentioned that Dreams had this idea of double buffering gain state. So there's
a couple of games I think that does this. So it's not entirely novel, I would say. I think, I don't think that's super novel, but it's pretty clean the way we've made it. I've also sort of designed it to encourage people to be more careless in certain ways and be more experimental. And that's kind of what I wanted the engine to be. I want it to be like this goodie bag of like gameplay stuff. And it's like there's all these things you can play with. And if you want like a new thing, it's like, oh, I need physics. Oh, there's physics here. Oh, I need destruction. Oh, there's destruction here. It's like just like use whatever you need, and you can build anything, So and you can like there's an editor for like building a head-up display, so you can like just in your code say, I want this in my head-up display, and then it shows up in the head-up display, and you can just like put it wherever you want and move it around interactively. So it's supposed to be very quick and easy to sort of try things. That's the big goal of the system.
Nice. This sounds super exciting. Like this kind of framework to work within, when you can try lots of stuff and you know that it was designed to handle large quantities. It's not like you're not afraid to break stuff when you're trying things out.
Yeah. And I think, after I actually started company, I sort of came to the conclusion of what our goal is, or our goal right now. And our goal is to make D-makes of our future AAA blockbusters. Okay, so let me break that down. So I was like, wouldn't it be awesome to be like Nintendo in the 80s, and you could make like Zelda and Mario and Metroid 8-bit that was like cheap and fast? And instead of having to make like AAA, it was like, wouldn't it be awesome, right? And they realized it's like they built all those games, and then they, were able to make the 16-bit versions of those, and then, basically if you go to Breath of the Wild and you play Legend of Zelda on NES, it's like, oh yeah, I can totally see these are the same games. It's like as if somebody played Breath of the Wild and was like, no, you can only program on this thing. Make it work on this 8-bit computer. It's like, okay, I guess I'll do it this way, right? So I was like, why don't we do that? Like, let's think of all the AAA games we would want to make, and let's build a franchise that is like this would be a blockbuster. But then instead of implementing it as like this huge thing with 3D graphics, it was like, okay, how do we deconstruct that and have all the gameplay and all the ideas and all of the, you know, if you play like 8-bit Metal Gear Solid, you totally like, oh yeah, this is Metal Gear. Like it's 8-bit, but it's like, it's Metal Gear. There's no question about it, right? So like, let's do that. Let's build all of let's ignore the fact that it's like 2025 and just like pretend that it's not, and just like make small games, but with an eye towards, you know, if one of these are successful, maybe we get to do the 16-bit version of it. And if that's successful, maybe we get to do the AAA version of it. And that's kind of how I want to build a business. I think what we will probably do, like if anything is wildly successful, my goal is probably to spin that off into a separate studio.
What?
Because basically successes are a very dangerous thing.
You would spin off the success so that the origin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the worst thing that happened to Blizzard was World of Warcraft. Because World of Warcraft made like 100x money of everything else, right? So it's like, who cares about anything else, right?
Yes.
I think it was like, I think it was Francis Ford Coppola that said that like Star Wars was the worst thing that happened to film because it robbed the world of George Lucas. Because now he can't do anything else. It's like it's Star Wars. Of course he's going to do Star Wars, right? It's like all the other ideas are now, nope, it's all Star Wars, right? And actually, before they got bought, I actually got to visit ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, and we were having lunch in their lovely cafeteria, and he said that like one of the guys I met there was like, we are 500 of the greatest visual effects artists in the world in this building, and every year we make a profit of $1 million. And over in the offices over there, there's 10 people working at Lucas Licensing, and they bring in $500 million a year. And it's like, you know, when we argue over who gets the office space, guess who wins? You know? It's just like, it doesn't work, right? It's like, and that's kind of the problem. It's like Pixar should not make any movies outside of Cars and Toy Story, right? And they know that. That's why they're making other movies, because they know that if that's all they make, it doesn't work, right? They need, so they, you know, you can just imagine how hard it is for them to go to Disney and be like, oh, we're gonna delay the new Cars movie. We want to make this artsy film about a little kid who, like, stop there, like, you know. So it's incredibly difficult, and that's why I think it's like, if you have a really successful thing, you should put those people, like, some people are going to want to drive that and do that, but if you have people who want to do, like, be creative and do new things, you've got to let them do that. And having those two things in the same building is really, really hard. Like, there's a reason Valve hasn't made any games in forever, because it's like, why bother? We have Steam, right? It's like Steam eats up everything, right? It's like, why would we make 100% of a game we make when we can make 30% of every other game that everybody else makes? Like, why bother, right? So it's like, you know, it's really, really bad to have that imbalance. And that's why I think it's like, if we ever have a big success, we will start a company around that success, and then our studio will remain, you know, a creative studio. And hopefully we'll make more successes, and, you know, that'll be great. But, yeah.
I don't think I need to ask on which company you would stay, whether you would stay in the original creative one or would move to the success one.
I think it'd be a lot of fun to move to the successful for a bit.
And
right?
come back.
It's fun to do the journey of like, wow, this is blowing up. But I think, yeah, that's probably not where I'm going to stay. You're right. Yeah.
Okay. You have done the talk recently about how you write software and how you think about organizing large software projects. I don't think it makes sense to sort of repeat that, but if you were to extract some of the key ideas from it and summarize it quickly, what would be your suggestion?
So, I think this comes from a background of developing software myself alone. But what my way of working, and I've done this, when I was the CTO of, I guess I still am a CTO, but when I had a team as the CTO of Shimmer, the idea was basically, let's not have everybody work on the same code base. Let everybody have their own code base, and then let's communicate over protocols and APIs. So if you're making something, make an API that does that, and then you're owner of that API, and you have to maintain that API. And it's funny to me that like people use APIs like POSIX or Win32 or whatever platform they're on every day, and they don't have a problem doing it. But then they're trying to collaborate with the dude sitting next to them, and then it's like, this is the clusterfuck, right? It's like you can't get 100 people in the same building to work, but everybody can collaborate with, Brian Kernighan, all the old guys. Like everybody can collaborate with Unix, but nobody can collaborate with. So it's like I think we already have a model for how to work together. It's like you make an API, you make it clear how it works, you make it stable so that people can depend on it. You publish how it works, and then they use it, and you move on and you build something else. And that's really how I work. I build components of things, and I build applications that are built out of components, and like that's why I'm a killer programmer. I can build things that most people can't build because I have everything, right? And I know how it works, and I have everything, right? And nothing shifts under my feet. Like it's not like I'm not depending on Apple, who like every summer they're like, oh, we're deprecating all this stuff because now you should all use a new language. You should all write everything in Swift, and forget about all the code you wrote because this is the cool thing. And then every year they're like, oh, we made some changes in Swift. So all that code we asked you to write last year, that wasn't really a good idea. You should write this code instead. Like that's crazy to me, right? That's like how anybody can build a business on that. That's insane, right? So to me, it's like you build really stable parts that you can trust, and there are trustworthy parts out there that you can use. I prefer to write my own, but you build on top of that, right? And you get away from the whole thing of like, what's the least amount of effort I can do? Oh, somebody's done that. I found something on the internet. Let's just use that and hope it doesn't break, and let's whatever. And you have this massive stack of like random crap. You have no idea how it works, and something changes every week, so everything breaks every week, and it's like that is completely not viable in my opinion. That's nobody should develop software like that. I'm amazed that people are even able to ship anything, honestly, that way.
That's why you have this way to compare software to bridges, right? Like bridges are not expected to change over time. They should be done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, it was just like a random observation that like most things we have in our world, people build them and then people use them, and that's kind of the thing. Like once you build a car in a factory and then somebody buys it and it's no longer in the factory. Nobody's like, there's not a team of people constantly maintaining it, but for some reason software, like, and a car is like out there in the wind and the snow, and there's dirt, and there's like, friction, and like, there's like, things are beating up on cars. Like, they're not, software's just like bits. It shouldn't change at all, right? It's just like, if it works once, it should work forever, right? But no, people like need to maintain software. And that's why we get sort of, this situation where people say, oh, I remember when I had an Amiga and I could do these things, but now I have a modern computer and I can't do those things. That to me is like insane. How's that progress, right? So I think this like forever maintenance thing is really, really bad, right? And it's like, especially it's like, you know, yes, the world changes and things change, but it's like you should always start out with the, you know, how do we minimize that? Like, you got to look at the risk profile of what you're doing, right? When you build a bridge, you're sure as hell looking at all the risk profiles. Like, you're looking at, like, what happens if a boat hits this bridge, right? And you think about that, right? Because, like, you cannot have the bridge break, you know? Whereas, like, in software, like, you know, oh, there's a startup now that are using, they have a server up and you can query that for this information. Let's make our whole software depend on that server being there and query this information. If that server goes away, you know, if they don't get their next funding round, you know, our software is going to break. And it's like, yeah, that seems good enough. It's like, you know, and then you have a team of like 10, 15 people all doing this every day. And then you're like, oh, why can't we ship new versions? Why is this feature taking so long? Well, we were, you know, busy fixing all the things that broke this week. You know, that's just like insane to me. And the fact that this is like a controversial or a weird opinion to me is like baffling. You know, it's just like, how isn't everybody seeing that this is clearly not the way to do it? Right, it's just very strange to me. So yeah.
Yeah, especially back in the day when you were doing game development, you were shipping the game on CD, like on a functional disk. So there was no ability to patch this, to update this like afterwards, because like there's like, here it is, and now it's gone, and now it's your customers.
Yeah, and it's also like just like the business model is crazy. Like look at Super Mario. We just talked about like 8-bit Super Mario. Like Nintendo is making a crap ton of money of that game still, right? It took like less than a year to make in like 1985 or whenever, right? And it's like here they are, like 40 some years later, and they're like, yep, raking it in. Are we patching it? Nope. It's just like we made it once, it works still, and we're still making money. How is that not the dream of everybody? Like, how is everybody's like, no, we got to spin up a bunch of servers, and if we ever get below this KPI, we're doomed. We have to shut everything down and tell our, you know, users they can never ever use the software anymore. You know, that's very weird to me. How we've gotten to that point.
But I feel like there's the argument of like being able to fix something on demand, like, you know, you have a server and you can deploy anytime you want, compared to like shipping something literally, is just so convincing. It's like, yes, I can change whenever I want, I can deploy whenever I want, and
of course that's great, but the negative of that is you don't have to do anything. It's like, I'll fix it later.
Exactly.
Right? It's like, there'll always be another patch, you know. Let's get this garbage out and go to lunch, you know. And that's like, I think that's a very bad thing, right? I think we need to ship things and we need to respect our users for using old versions. Like, do you want to update? No. Like, leave me alone. This one works. I don't want new crap. Like, just, like, this does the thing. My life, I don't care about your life. Like, I don't care about your new features, because the software you deliver to me does exactly what I want, and I'm happy to move on with my life and think about other stuff. Like, you're not the center of my attention, right? It's like, can I just exist over here and you know, I think that's terrible about stuff that we've gotten there with software, and yeah, it harms everybody.
I like when you go to like App Store or Play Store and you look at like quite popular apps like Facebook or Instagram, and you see the release notes for each version. They pretty much stopped caring. They just say like copy paste the same one line, like, oh, security fixes, some updates, whatever. And it's like every time it's like whatever. I don't even care.
Yeah, I mean, the state of computing today is very, very sad. Because, I mean, the crazy thing is we're all running around with like supercomputers in our pockets, and they are so incredibly nerfed by the people, you know, controlling them, that it's just insane. And I don't know. I have a dream to build my own execution environment someday, because God damn it, we need it. and it's like, I don't know. It's a startup that I need to make someday, because there's like the potential is insanely large, and for some reason people think that building like an operating system is a lot of work, and it's totally not. Like, it's like DOS was built by like 30 people. It's like you can build like from scratch an operating system in a like in the amount, like, what was it, like there was a dog walking app that got like $600 million in investment. Like, how is nobody trying to make a new operating system like that? That's, I don't understand that, you know. I'm not an investor. This is not investor advice. This is investor questions. Like, to me, that's like, you know, yeah. Especially if you look at how terrible like iOS and Android is. It's like everybody really hates them. Like, everybody who's a developer just like, this is hot garbage, and everybody knows it. It's not like, you know, a secret. So it's not like they're like, oh, it's this super shiny thing, and look how polished it is, and look how well documented it is, and everything works perfect. And it's like, ooh, we would never ever be able to make this because it's amazing. No, it's garbage, and everybody thinks so, which is, yeah, it's fascinating.
I have a couple of points on software, but they were all coming back from your 1 hour talk about how you write your software. So maybe I will just highly recommend this talk to everybody who is listening, and we can move on into a couple of other questions still regarding how you write software. First of all, you write software in so-called dependable C, C89. Can you talk a little bit about, first of all, what is dependable C? And then, like, that's a very old standard. So people would consider like a pain to work within this environment, a lot of people. So what do you say about, like, how do you view this?
Okay, so there's a lot of different ways to think about this, but essentially I think that I have a very different view of languages than other people. So other people seems to think that the hardest thing about programming is typing. And therefore, the more you can reduce typing, the easier it gets. So every language is like, look how clever you can do this. If you know, press this and have a bracket, then that magically means something else, and this happens. You don't have to do this, and it's like, whatever. And it's like, you know, the road to C++ is paved with useful. Like, there's a lot of useful stuff, and I just think that's not the problem. Like, to me, the biggest problem is not writing code. The biggest problem is debugging code, right? You wrote code. You think you know what it does, but it doesn't do that. You need to figure out, right? Your computer knows what your code do perfectly, but you don't. And that's kind of bridging that gap is the hard part, right? It's like, why doesn't it do what I want it to do, right? And therefore, it should all be about being as simple as possible to read and as explicit as possible. Every step, everything that happens should be right there on the page, and you should see what happens and be able to follow it. And therefore, I'm like very against macros or overloading of things or meta programming or anything like that. It's like what you see is what you get. That's what's important. And C is the language that sort of weirdly was at the right time where they hadn't invented enough stuff on top, right? And it just happened to be sort of a sweet spot, in my opinion, right? And then everybody was like, well, I wish it did this, I wish it did that, and you get all these languages that have like features, and fix this, fix that, and it's like, it doesn't get better. It feels better, but it isn't better. Like it hasn't, and it's like a lot of these things fix really, really easy problems, but they create, they make the hard problems much harder, right? The hard problem is knowing what's going on. The hard problem is knowing what went wrong, right, in your code. That's the hard part, right? The hard part is not when you get something really, really gnarly, right? That is like very specific and very strange and doesn't repeat, and it's like that's when you really need to know what's going on, right? And I've had a lot of conversations lately about zero initialization, and that's a whole. I'm going to make a video about that because basically people say, if you zero initialize everything, then if you forget initializing something, then it'll just do the right thing. It'll be fine. And it's like, yes, that will fix all your simple problems where you forget that. But wouldn't it be better if those things fail and you fix them properly? Because if something is set to, FE binary, you will see right away that, this was an uninitialized value, right? And then you fix it, and then it's done, right? But then you have something where you set it to null, and it works anyway. Only, what if you, forget to initialize something, and then you reuse it, and now you have an old value that sits there, but first time you use it was fine because it was null, but the second time it's not fine because now it's an old pointer. And that pointer still points to something, so you follow that pointer, and now you think you have the right pointer, but you don't because that's an old pointer, and now you're following that, and you're like, my algorithm's broken because, like, why is it pointing to this thing, right? And now you're like, you spent the whole day, and you're like, why is this strange, right? And it's like, yes, you didn't have to fix all of the simple bugs, but now you spent a whole day with a difficult one, right? All those bugs where you read from a pointer that was FE, you would have fixed that immediately. It's abundantly clear what went wrong, right? And that's kind of how I think about it. I want it to be as small as possible, right? So that's one end of it. The other end of it is think about code as what we produce, right? As programmers, that's our output, right? That's what we make. And it's kind of our currency, if you will, right? It's like, it's the value we create. So what would you want that currency to be in, right? You would want it to be in gold or something like that. Something that's going to be like, if there's a nuclear war, people will still value this thing, right? It's like, you definitely want like, Nigerian dollars are worse than US dollars, which are worse than gold, right? That's kind of how you can think about it, right? So when you write code in like, there's this hot new language that some dude on the internet has made and it's super cool and everybody's talking about it, it's like, yes, you're putting all your investment in this existing in 5 years, right? But if you write in C, you're like 50, 100 years from now, this is going to work. Right? We're never going to get rid of C, right? And if you look at the various versions of C, you're like, well, most implementations have a pretty good implementation of C99 today, but not all. And when you get to C99, there's a bunch of things like VLAs that are not implemented everywhere, or like have all these issues. And if you go further into language, it's like, if you're into C23, which was recently out, you basically have 2 implementations that are alpha, right? That's, and that means that most platforms, lots of platforms, old platforms aren't supported, and, you're stranded with that code. And then on top of that, like, if you're trying to hire people, most people have never seen C23 code. It's like, they couldn't know what it does, right? And then you're like, I want to run my code through this text editor. Oh yeah, I can't do syntax highlighting with this feature. It doesn't know what the hell that is. And this processing thing that checks for errors. It doesn't support this. It doesn't support that. And oh yeah, there's like this compiler has a bug in this thing, or this on this platform this works differently, and and there's like, okay, makes no sense. Like why use that, right? And then on top of that, I'm part of the BG14, and I think no one should write code in C23. Like I think it's just a bad idea, right? I think there's features in there that just makes it a worse language. There's some good stuff too. There's a lot of really good people in the C standard. I'm friends with a lot of them. I appreciate them. But I think they're language designers. They want to design language. That means adding more stuff. And I think that, the reason we use C is to use a small language, and they want to solve all the problems. And I'm like, no, I'll write code instead, right? It's like, I don't want to do that, right? So I say that I use C89, and in reality, I realize that's not actually what I'm doing. First of all, I'm cheating a little bit because I'm using like C++ style comments, but that's fine because I can write a tool to remove those if I ever come to a compiler that doesn't support it, so it's kind of fine. But then there's other things, like there's a bunch of rules, especially in C99 and C11, about like memory model stuff, and those things are very unclear in C89. There's lots of things in C89 they didn't think of, and then they've sort of clarified afterwards what it actually means, and therefore every compiler that implements C89 follows the C99 rules on the stuff that is not in the C89, because they're like, what are we going to do? Well, we don't know, but it says we should have done this, so let's do that, right? So you can't just say like, oh, ignore everything after C89. It's like you actually have to think about things, and there are things that have been deprecated, and you should not use those things because, like, if you run in a certain compiler, that may not exist, right? People make a compiler today, they may not bother with stuff that is deprecated. So it's not as simple as saying, oh, C89 and ignore everything else. So I kind of call this subset dependable C. Like, what is the subset of C you can depend on? If you really want your code to last forever, you want it to be simple, you want it to just work, right? And it's like, when I came to the Maxon studio, and I actually went there and handed over my source code, and I'd given them the API beforehand. They run on 3 different platforms with 4 different compilers, and my code was running on all platforms and all compilers the first day, right? And you can't do that with anything other than a subset of C, right? And that's kind of the thing about C that I recognized there, because it was funny because I was like, they're all C++, right? Maxon uses C++ like most people do, and I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, it's not C++, it's only C. And their reaction was like, oh no, that's great, because it's like C you can trust. Like, people come with C++ and God knows what they've done then. It's like, and that's kind of true. It's like a lot of people don't like writing in C because it's like, oh, I don't have all the niceties, But it's like, if you want to use somebody else's code, it's like, yeah, give me C89, no frills, compiles everywhere, no bullshit, no, special, magical, tricksy stuff. No. Don't want that. I want dependable C, right? So that's kind of what, you don't want to write any C++, but you wish everything was written in well-written C. Like, if every application on your computer was well-written C, oh my God, everything would be fast and good, right? And so I'm like, I think you should write the thing that other people want, right? That's kind of, So I had this, when I started in the C standard, I had this proposal for a feature called break, which will allow you to put multiple break statements in a row and therefore break out of multiple loops, right? And I proposed it, and people were positive about it. People were like, I didn't propose like language for the spec. Usually you propose like a proposal, it's like here's what I would like to do. And then people say, we would be interested in putting this if you write the actual standard text and do all the work. So people sort of give you a hint of like, is this going to have a chance of succeeding? And it was pretty positive. People were like, yeah, this is and then I realized it's like if we put this in the standard, I would never ever use it. Like, and how can I put something in a standard that I would refuse to use myself? And that sort of made me think, like, why am I doing this? Like, I don't want to use this, new language. I just want something that's dependable. And that's sort of, and I also saw that, like, especially at the end of C23 and C2Y, which is the next version, like, people just wanted more stuff. And I could just see that this is going to be a language that I really, really don't like. And instead of being the guy who like argues against everything and everybody hates, let's just let these people build whatever language they want, and I'll do my language already exists. I'm cool, and you can destroy this, and I mean, I think a lot of people are like that. Like, lots of people have sort of embraced C99. C11 is very similar to C99, but has some fixes and has a proper memory model, but it gets very, very complicated. It has a concurrency model, and the model is pretty good, but the actual implementation doesn't work for a lot of complicated reasons, and therefore I don't recommend using it. So yeah, what I kind of decided was that, like, since I'm interested in writing dependable C, I should start documenting this stuff, because I hear about all these crazy issues people have on a mailing list, and nobody else, if you're not on this mailing list, which is very obtruse, you're never going to learn this. This doesn't exist anywhere. Like, we had so let's put, like, for my own, everything I learn I will put down on a website, and just, like, I'm calling it dependable C so that other people can use it. And it's not a dialect, it's a subset, right? I'm not trying to make a new verse, like, there's lots of people making, like, here's there's more features. I'm doing the opposite. There's just, like, and it's also, there's some things about the standards where there's things in the standards that are, like, technically unclear to some behavior, or, like, what you're allowed to do, that in reality, they are completely dependable. And if you ever write a compiler, you should know about that. Because if you don't, no code will actually compile in your compiler. So there's a little bit of, like, hidden knowledge there. And, people hate compilers for, like, oh, you do crazy things with your code. Like, you optimize crazy ways. There's so many ways compilers can optimize according to the just because they know that, like, we get so much frequency out of 50 seconds. That will completely legit. Like, we don't want to explain to people why they're writing broken code, because, So, I think my view of compiler people has definitely changed. They're very, very responsible people, so I think there's a lot of hidden information. We had a very, very weird conversation where somebody pointed out early on when I joined, it's around 2000, where somebody said that if you read memory from malloc that hasn't been initialized, on some platforms, if you read the same memory twice, you may get different values. And that blew people away. How is this possible? And it turns out that on some platforms, I think it was like some BSD or maybe Plan 9 or like that, what happens is when you call malloc, you don't actually get memory. You get address space. And then when you start writing to that memory, then you actually get pages. But if you read from the memory, you don't have a page. So it will just give you a random page. so what can happen if you read memory, you can basically get a random page, but it's not assigned to your process. And then another application comes by and says, hey, I need some memory. And the OS, well, take this page. He's not using it. And then you go like, I want to read from this address again. And the OS goes like, take this page. You get another page. And you get different memory, right? So this is a real thing. That's like, this is real. That this is not like, oh, it's UB, but you know, this is real hardware in real deployment in the world. And you know, everybody's like, oh, is this really legal? This sounds crazy, you know. And one of the guys who's been there forever, he was like, this came up after C99, and we had this huge discussion. And after huge discussion, we all agreed that like, no, it has to work this way. And then like after C11, somebody was like, did you know it can work like this? And everyone was like, that's not possible. And then they had a huge discussion again. And in the end, they all came to the conclusion, no, it has to be this way. And then when I arrived 10 years later, we had the same discussion again, right? So every 10 years, somebody brings this up, and everybody's like, that's crazy, right? So it's like, maybe somebody should write this stuff down. And maybe there should be a repository for these crazy things. And that's kind of what it is. And I'm incredibly busy, so I'm writing very, very, very slowly. But that's what dependablec.org is about. And if anybody finds weird
11 gigabyte? Are you serious
behavior
right now?
of C on weird platforms where like
11
things don't work as
gigabytes?
you expect, like send them to me. Since I collect this stuff now.
Oh my god.
So yeah.
Alright, I want to move to the section of your topics. You mentioned that you believe that engineering is massively underestimated.
Yeah.
How? In what way?
What?
So
Is that hold on. Am I reading
Okay,
that
so-
correct?
so I
What do you
wanna,
mean
like,
16 gigabytes?
this is getting more philosophical. But
This is
imagine
insane.
if I don't believe in climate change. Like I'm a dumb idiot who like refuse to believe facts, right? And it's like, and you're like really mad at me for this, and you're like, I'm gonna change his mind, right? And it's like, imagine the amount of effort you have to put in to change my mind, right? And it's like, imagine what is the chance you will succeed? What's the chance that I will go, oh no, you're right, you know, I see the light now. Now you showed me the graph that changed my mind, right?
Oh my
It's
god,
like,
it
what's
is
the chance
insane.
of that?
It's so much worse than I
It's
thought.
pretty low, right? So there's a lot of effort for a low chance of success, okay? And then you realize it's like, now you've done this, right? Like, what now, right? What, like, I believe in climate change. I'm not sure that I'm, like, saving the planet a huge amount compared to if I didn't, right? Maybe I, you know, vote slightly differently. Maybe I, you know, but it's not like, it's not a big deal, right? You're not saving the world by convincing me. It turns out that it's okay if I'm wrong, right? It's like, there's gonna be a bunch of people who think the world is flat, and that's okay, honestly, right? They're not gonna change the world. Like, if you're dumb enough to believe that the earth is flat, you're probably not gonna, like, invent the next thing or, like, be a power player in the world, right? It's like, it's sad. It would be great if you didn't believe that, but it's like, you know, the world moves on, is kind of, right? And if you look at the world, the thing is that the people who impact the world are people who actually build things, who make things happen, right? And it's like, you know, for all his faults, and God knows there's many, like nobody believed that there was an electric car that could be made. You know, we spent decades making jokes about like, well, what are you gonna do when the cord runs out? Right? But one dude said, I'm gonna build an electric car company, right? And he built a little roadster really expensive for rich people. And everybody say, well, yeah, sure, it's a car, but it's only a car for rich people. It doesn't even have a roof. It's bullshit, And then they made a real car, an expensive car. And it was like, yeah, but nobody has to afford that. Okay, it's a real car. And then they made the next car, and everyone said, holy crap, now we all have to make electric cars, right? And it's like, you don't actually have to convince anybody of electric cars. Like, he needed to convince 200 people to buy the first electric car, right? You don't need the world to believe in electric cars. You need to find a couple hundred crazy people who have money, right? And that lets you go to the next step and do the next thing, right? And it's like, I think about that a lot. It's like the people who change the world are people who build things and make things.
Okay, so we have half a million thoughts.
You can hate on Mark Zuckerberg for many reasons, many legitimate reasons. And I'm one of those people who think that if you would rank all the people in the world from highest to lowest, most suitable to run the social interactions of the world, he'd probably be in the bottom 10%. Like, that's just my guesstimation, right? If you want a person who understands humans, and Mark Zuckerberg is not at the top of that list, right? So why does he get to run all this stuff? Well, because he built it, right? He sat down in his dorm and built the social network, right? And if we took all the energy that people have taken complaining about Mark Zuckerberg, we could have built anything. Like, there's no limit to what we could have built. Like, we could have built bridges just out of the angry articles about how he's destroying the world. Like, we could have, there's no end in how much people spend their energy protesting, And it's like, we'll build something instead, right? It's like, if you think there's a better way to build it, and God knows I do, like, build it. Don't complain about it. Because in a certain way, I think, like, Mark should get to keep his social network. It's the rest of us who are stupid enough to use his social network that needs to, if he wants to build a social network, go have at it. I'm not stopping Mark. Go be Mark. That's okay. I can live with that. Like, I think, I think a lot about that. I think about the power of that, right? And like, one example is, like, people are mad about, like, plastic in the ocean, right? And that's a great thing to be upset about, right? It's a real problem, right? But how are we going to solve that? And if you think about it, it's like, there's so many people out there that are like, I'm going to tell my neighbors to sort their garbage, right? And I'm going to be the annoying person that does that. And people put a lot of effort into that. And it's like, that's not a bad thing to do. You're not an evil person. But is that going to save, plastic in the ocean? Like, even if we, have a massive change in social behavior, let's say only 10% of the plastic that ends up in the ocean ends up in the ocean. That's way more plastic in the ocean than is okay, right? It's like, that's not good enough, right? And if you think about it, it's like, someday, somebody's going to invent something like plastic that is safe to have food in, that you can put in water, and that dissolves and becomes harmless. Somebody's going to invent that thing. It's going to be really cheap to make, and there is probably, here's a rough guess, 50 people in the world working on that problem. And that means that if you decide, I'm going to do that, I'm going to be a chemist, I'm going to, read up on it, I'm going to try to understand this is what I'm going to do, you just, you're 2% more chance that we'll solve this problem, right? You just, that's a pretty big change, right? And it turns out that these 50 people, they all talk. So you can probably, they go to some conference somewhere, I don't know which, but there's somewhere they're hanging out. there's a Discord for them. And if you just find that area and figure out, and you just like talk to Nestle about like, you make all this plastic wrap, what would make you change? And not talking about like, how do we convince you to change? Like, what would make you wanna? What's the requirements for this plastic? And then go build that, right? Maybe you can just solve a little corner of that problem that you share with the other 50, and somebody will be like, I know how to solve the other part, and I know how to, that's how you're going to change the world, right? That's how you're going to change the world. And it's funny to me that it's like, we live in a world that is drastically different from 100 years ago, right? And if you look at how is it different, you would say the internet, you would say computers, you would say, phone in your pocket, film, TV, media, everything that has changed. But then you ask people, like, who are the significant people, with 100 years? Then people start naming, like, politicians or people who had an opinion about something. And it's like, no, those people didn't do that. It's like, actually, it's like, I think about that a lot when we talk in the C standard. I'm thinking about, like, I'm a very hard protector of the performance of C, right? And people come in and say, oh, if we make this change, C will be safer to use. And we will lose like 0.5% of performance, right? That's what people say. It's like, oh, that's negligible. And then I have to like raise my hand and be like, okay, that means every phone in the world, every data center computer now runs 0.5% more energy. That means that the world now needs, we now, our batteries on everything is going to run out 0.5% earlier, right? What's the accumulation of hours of battery time we're losing for, 8 billion people, right? What's the, let's say that Google and Amazon and Microsoft now have to build 0.5% more data centers in the world. Like, what's the cost of that, like in terms of hardware, right? And you realize it's like insane, right? It's like, so I fought very hard for various things not to change or for like optimizations to be allowed. And, I don't want to say that I was the tipping point or I was the one who, made them see the light. There are lots of people, we're all talking together, there's lots of good points, But I'd like to say that, there's 30, 40 people of us. If we save 1% of all computing energy, like Greta Thunberg, go to hell. Like, we're way more efficient than you are, right? Like, I have nothing against her. She's great. I like her. But it's like, in terms of efficiency, like, who should be on the cover of Type magazine? Is it like, it's a bunch of nerds in a conference room that nobody cares about, right? But in reality, every environmental journalist should be outside waiting in anticipation of what we're going to come out and say, right? But that's not how the world works. Like, that's how the world actually works, but it's not how people think the world works. Like, people think it's like, oh, we're going to go to, a conference and we're going to sign a decree and things are going to be solved. Like, no. People, they're actually, I think a lot about, like, who Fritz Haber was?
Oh.
So, Fritz Haber was a chemist who won the Nobel Peace Prize, and he did a lot of terrible things. He invented mustard gas, and he also invented a gas that was so dangerous that you had to, because it didn't have an odor, so they had to put like an odor in it because it was so deadly. And then the Nazis realized they could remove that and call it Cyclone B and use it in concentration camps. So, yeah. So the guy's responsible for like 8 million deaths for like lots of people. Like his negative account is very, very big. And when he won the Nobel Prize, nobody would shake his hand, and his wife shot herself because, yeah. So But the other thing he did was he invented the Haber-Bosch technique, which was essentially how to make fertilizer. And if you go back and read history in Europe, you know that like every 30 years there was a famine and like 20% of the population died, and that doesn't happen anymore. Like we just have like infinity food. And why do we have infinity food? Because fertilizers. He invented how to do that. And there's estimations that says that if he didn't do that, there would be 1 billion less people on this planet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And that just like I just like that as a history of like, I mean, it's both really hopeful and really dark, but it's just like if you make a list of people who have impact on the world, like that guy should be ahead of Napoleon and everybody. Like who cares what the kings were called? Like that guy, like there's a billion with a B people alive today that wouldn't be alive, wouldn't exist if it wasn't for invention. And there's like millions of people that would have been alive if you didn't do all the bad things, right? So, not giving the guy a pass, but I think it's like really important to think about that, right? And that like we have this amazing ability to impact our world, and it's never been easier, frankly.
That's crazy.
You can make things like my dad, he would go to like, he would have like, have to wait for like 2 months to save up money to buy an electric drill when I was a kid. And he had a pretty good government job, And today, I saw a electric drill on AliExpress for $2.50, right? And it's like, you can't complain about not having the tool, right? That's not okay. I'm sure it's a terrible drill, but if you just need to make a hole, like $2.50, right? And it's like, I grew up in a world where like I had to go to a community center to get a computer, right? And when I wanted to learn something, if I want to learn a programming language, I go to the library, and they're like, no, we don't have that book. But if you write it on this list, in 6 months we're going to have a meeting about what books we're going to buy, and then maybe we'll buy that book, And today you go on YouTube and it's like, what do you want to learn? Like all of MIT's, every class that MIT gives is there. It's like all the coursework, it's just there. Like imagine how impossible it would have been to get access to that information 20 years ago. Like the tiny percentage of people who could get a taste of that. Today, like if you're living in the slums of Mumbai and have a $50 phone, you can watch that. You can learn all of that. Right? All of that is just like available, right? So there's like a tremendous amount of opportunity, and you don't have to do it like the startups do it. You don't have to go to Silicon Valley. You don't have to, code like the pros do, or do it like Google does. Like, forget about that. Just do it your way, right? It's like, and that's why I think it's like, people need to start looking up to engineers, and we need to, as engineers, we need to prove that to people, show that to people, and show young people. If you think the world is hopeless and that you can't do anything, it's like, no, you're not looking. You're looking at social media about like how terrible the world is, but you're not seeing what can be done and the changes you can make and the impact you can have. And I think that's really, really important to communicate, and that's why I wanted to just say that on this podcast, because I hope people listen. I hope there's young people listening, or hell, I hope there's old people listening, because there's a lot of old people who think that, like, oh, I'm 50 now, I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna, write an emulator for the computer from the 70s instead of making something useful. So it's like, yeah. And I think that's a revelation that I've had in the last couple of years. I think I've always had it a little bit, but it's really, really crystallized, and it become very important to me, I'd say.
Awesome. Look, normally I would say it's a perfect place to end on this like high hope note, but I gotta tell you now 2 comments. Okay, so I will just like.
Okay, go for it.
One comment first. This exactly happened to me, like for this podcast. I wanted to see like this place where people would talk about like technical aspect, often about game development, and I couldn't find it. And for the longest time, I was in this like nihilism kind of cynicism loop. And I was like, this is bad, this is worse. That job, oh my god, this code, this sucks. Like, oh, why not? And at some point, I was like, I will build something. Build this, and I get so many friendly and happy and excited messages from people in comments and directly, the people that are crazy happy that this podcast exists, that they could listen to these conversations. Like, there's nothing like that. I'm like, yeah, I know, but this is like, I was looking for this and I couldn't find it. This is why I started this, and this is super fun to get something and try something and get better at it. But also, like, you can build stuff, and it's much better to be on the building side than on the cynical side and saying that everything sucks.
And it's also like, there's a lot of things like, I wish I knew this when I was younger. It's like, you have all these people who are amazing at stuff, like people who've been around this and have regular problems, right? And it's like, you know, I was like, I implemented OpenEXR, which is image format for high dynamic range images. So I joined the working group for that there's the Academy of Software Foundation, which is part of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts. So, you know, the Academy Awards, those people. So they have a bunch of technical things, and there's like, you know, there's a software part, and you know, they maintain a bunch of software, and one of those is OpenEXR. So I joined, you know, these things, and all I wanted was like, when I get a certification, I would like to implement this, and eventually I got that. But one of the things is like, you end up in this Skype call with like 4 or 5 people, and there's like 3 of them have like Oscars for like visual effects, and one of them is from like ILM, and one of them is from, you know, Disney, and one of them is from Beta or whatever. Like, there's these like people, and they're all like, yeah, somebody should clean up the, you know, the documentation, or like should repaste this thing, and it's like, yeah, I'm busy. We're like, we have a show that is coming out, and you know, yeah, you know, and I'm like, man, if you're a student, like, do that grunt work, and all of a sudden, like, the top guys at these top places know who you are, and you're like, yeah, that guy's cool, he did that thing right now. And it's like, you don't have to invent anything, you don't have to, you know, it's just like, do the boring stuff, right? It's like, everybody has like code that should be cleaned up, or like updated documentation, like, there's stuff like that. And I think it's like, there's so many things like that, and I think this podcast is such a great example of that. It's like, they're just like, I mean, I would love to have a podcast, but I don't have time to have a podcast. Like that, you know, I want somebody else to invite me on their podcast. So I can't be, you know, so having somebody who's just like, I'll do the podcasting, great, you know, all of a sudden everybody knows this guy, he does, you know, the podcasting, great, everybody loves him, right? And it's like, sometimes it's really, really easy to contribute, even when you don't know, even when you're not in the situation of like, oh, I'm going to build the next Facebook, or I'm going to, you know, if you're the guy who wants to solve the plastic in the ocean and you don't know anything about plastics, go to the plastics people and you'll find out they have a stupid problem that you're like, yeah, anybody can do this. I'll do that. Okay, now all the plastic people like me. Now they will let me into their plastic discussions, and I can listen in and try to look up all the words I don't understand so that I can eventually figure this thing out, right? It's like, it's a lot easier to do that than people think, right? And it's like, because the problem is there's not that many people who care about plastic, so there's not some heavyset guy who's like keeping all the the plastic groupies out, you know, all the plastic wannabes. Like, there's no plastic wannabes. Everybody's welcome in the plastic game. So it's like, you know, and it's just like, all you have to do is just like figure out where they're hanging out and go there and just make yourself like vaguely useful and you're in, right? That's every field. Like, it's, I heard people complain like years ago that like emojis didn't have like all the races. You know, they do now, but you know, they didn't have all the, you know. And I remember looking up like the group that sets emojis, like the membership fee is, I think it was like $25 a year. And it's like, how about you don't argue on Twitter and just pay $25 and write a paper and get it approved. And there you go. You've changed, like, you want your own emoji? That's what it costs to make your own emoji, right? It's like, it's not that hard, right? But people like being angry and being protesting and saying, these people, you know, they don't understand. It's like, no, they're just busy with other stuff, right? They just, like, they have a deadline this week. That's why this isn't happening. They're not against your idea. They're just like, you know, they have other things.
Well, an angry comment. This is the second comment I need to make about your speech in the last part. You know, there's this video, the interview with Jonathan Blow. It has 3 hours on this podcast. And around 2 hours and 30 minutes, he mentions Elon Musk. And he says that he likes Elon Musk. If you look at the comments, there's like more than 300 comments. I think largely more than half comments is like, I love Jonathan Blow, I love game design ideas he has, but I really dislike his opinion about Elon Musk. And it's like this angry comments. And what I'm thinking, when you're saying exactly at 2 hours and 30 minutes mark of business time, you mentioned one guy who made electrical cars possible. I'm thinking,
oh God.
First of all, how ironic that you're talking about angry comments and people that are like throwing a lot of emotion and effort into commenting instead of building something. And I'm thinking, if we can get more comments that will ask you to do a love version 2 game instead of the angry comments because you mentioned Elon Musk, that's a win. That's a win.
I think it's really important that we don't buy into the idea that everything has to be binary, right? It's like, I mean, let's leave Elon out of this, but let's talk, I mean, I just meant Haber-Bosch. Like, a guy who literally invented gas to kill people. Like that, it wasn't like he invented a gas and then someone else. No. He ran a weapons lab, right? And it's like, we need to be able to talk about people as complex beings, right? That you know, you can't deny that he, you know, fed a lot of people, and you can't deny he killed a bunch of people. Both things can be true at the same time. And there's a lot of people on the internet who don't like that fact. They would like the world to be black and white, and it's not. And I think it's really, really important that you know, that everything is simple, right? And therefore we should be allowed on a podcast to say that. And if people want to make it about Elon or whatever, okay. I've met Elon. We actually made a light show for his birthday party while I was doing all the LED stuff. And it's like, I think he's a fascinating guy. Like, he's, you know, I know some people who know him well or know him better. Like, I briefly met him. And from what I understand, he's pretty deep in a hole right now. And I think everybody can see that, or most people can see that. But it's also like, it's really complex, I think. It's, let me say this, and I've gotten to know a couple of billionaires in my life, and if you get to know billionaires, you realize that all the problems that we have, or most of the problems that we have, they don't have, right? And everybody focuses on that because it's kind of obvious, right? They don't have to worry about money. That's the first thing. You know, they can go anywhere and they can buy anything. It's like, that's very obvious. But they also have some really big challenges that regular people don't have. Like what happens when you have people around you that arrange everything for you, and it's really, really easy to lose grip of reality, right? It's actually really, really hard. And it's like, I'm not going to name any name, but I know somebody who basically had the problem of like, essentially, like, he said in an offhand comment that is like, oh, that's a nice car, and then like that car showed up in his driveway, and he was like, why is this car here? And people were like, well, you said you liked it, so we bought it for you. And he was like, no, right? Because it's like people trying to be helpful, like, because, you know, last week you said, you know, get more cornflakes, and now, you know, you said get cars, so we got car, right? And it's like, that's insane, but it's like, it's easy to end up in that bubble, right? And it's also,
Oh shit.
like, it's somebody said, which it's like I think about a lot, which is that once you become a celebrity, you stop aging. And what they meant by that is that the moment you're a celebrity, people stop telling you off, right? People don't tell you to stop around, right? And that means that, like, when people tell you you've done wrong, or you know, that's when you mature, right? That's when you grow as a human. You don't grow when people tell you you're awesome. You grow when you're like, somebody sits you down and is like, hey, you gotta stop this thing, or like, you gotta treat that person better. You gotta apologize, right? But when you're a celebrity, like, there's always people who's on your side. No, they were wrong. You should be able to do this, right? And that means that it's like, if you look at Michael Jackson, he got famous when he was 5 years old. He was 5 years for the whole his life, right? Look at Beastie Boys. They got famous, you know, when they were like 16. And look at an interview when they're two guys who are like in their 50s, and they act like teenagers. They're completely like teenagers. And it's like, it's uncanny, right? And it's like, I've learned that it's things like that are really, really complex, and it's really interesting. Like, some people can just do it, right? We all know celebrities that are just being cool, right? I think Taylor Swift seems like completely super cool. I know somebody who's met her and hung out with her, and she seems to be just like handle it like a champ, right? But it takes a lot from a human being to have everyone around you say you're awesome and say no, right? I need to get some people who dislike me and around me and criticize me and make me do better. Like, that's a very unnatural thing to do, and very few people can do it. So the fact that very rich people get really weird is kind of, sometimes it's a very natural response to being in a very unnatural state, right? And that doesn't, you know, it doesn't excuse things, of course. It doesn't, but it's made me at least realize, like, the complexity of that, and yeah, it's definitely given me an appreciation of like, imagine talking to anybody in the world and they want something from you, right? A nice girl comes up to you and she's like, how do you know she's not just like, she smiles or she's happy? It's like, I've been to parties where there's this group of girls who are like, let's stand as close as possible to the billionaire, right? How do you have a real relationship in that kind of environment? That's like, those are not problems that you and I have. And it's like, yeah, so it's you know, I kind of want to give people a break, even though I can, you know, say that, oh, that thing that person did was terrible, and they shouldn't have done that. But I'm like, I don't live their life. I don't know everything. It's really easy to hate on them, but it's like, I don't know. So, and I think it's important we say that despite whatever, you know, I'm sure that they're going to call me an apologist of some kind, but that's okay, you know. But I think it's like, I think it's important that the people who, that we stand our ground, the people who think that the world is more complex and more intricate than a YouTube comment thread, essentially.
I feel like the YouTube comment thread under this video would be the most philosophical and like seriously empathetic. Like after.
I hope so too. And honestly, I mean, I've gotten my fair amount of comments on the internet, and I would say that like the vast majority of it is awesome, right? And I think there's a very simple superpower you can get yourself, and that's realizing that like freedom of speech does not mean you have to listen or care. You can allow people to say dumb things without you responding or caring. And if you can realize that and live by that, the internet can be pretty awesome, actually. But if you get stuck in having to argue with everybody, and you know, then yeah, it's not the greatest.
Alright. We covered a lot of ground today, SQ. Thank you so much for joining me. And let's shout out where people can find you when you're streaming.
Okay, so I am on Twitch TV /Kel_Solar, so QUEL_SOLAAR. And if you write kelsolar.com, that's my website. And for our studio, we're hopefully going to launch a game at some point, so please buy that, because I'd like to keep doing this for a little bit longer. And then, what else? Websites. I have too many domains, but also I'm on Twitter, Eskil Steenberg. I'm on Blue Sky. I have my own YouTube channel. What else? Yeah, dependablefree.org. Yeah, unraveled.org. So.
Ministryoflat.com. I will put all of that
Oh, yeah.
in the description, so don't you worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Eskil. This was super cool.
Well, thank you so very much for having me, and thank you for doing this podcast, because I enjoy listening to it, and I'm very, very happy that you exist and get to share all the awesome people and their stories. So keep doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome.
How's it going, Chief?
Good.
I'm gonna put the rest of the curry in the fridge, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Man, we need a bigger fridge. Then we can do like bigger grocery shopping and do like weekly food meal preps.
Yeah.
If you do meal preps, especially because you are on a strict diet, your life would be significantly easier. You wouldn't have to think like, oh, I need to go out, find calories.
I get it. I need to focus right now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'll be out in a second.
Okay, is this audible? Is this audible?
Hey, are
Is this audible?
There we go. Yeah, I have it in my mouth. Huh?
How about one more?
Okay. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello? What the fuck? Oh. CCUI testing. How do enums work in C? Are they like namespaced? Like, do you have to say like enum name dot thing, or does it just expose directly the actual enums in this to the scope? So in C++, is everything namespaced? Okay, that's fine. Also, in our we have some UI code. I'm not sure what it is. It's somewhere in the code folder that utilizes. It utilizes a library called Yoga. So you can probably just search for Yoga. Anyways, I want our CC UI testing project to also utilize Yoga. Yeah, I'd prefer if you just instead do just get it from GitHub. And then also like that other test, where the place where you pulled the yoga repository from. I want it so when you move that mouse over a div or whatever you call them, that it changes the color of it. And also we don't need the triangle rendering anymore. Is this rendering solely with OpenGL? Does mscripten support VEOs and VBOs? Let's do OpenGL, yes, for ours. Let's do GLES 3. Cool. And then I essentially want a module which exposes like native UI styling, like I mean, pretty much how you would have it with JSX, for example. And you should be able to have like UI.div or like UI.button or UI.text or not text, whatever the default primitives are in HTML. And then you should be able to declare like the children by basically having like an anonymous function being passed into it that declares like the next scope of children, and then you can like have conditionals and whatnot, whatever you want. You can, because it's all C, so you can just have regular control flow in creating these elements and whatnot. Oh, fuck off. No, don't do any templated functions. We do it simple. If we want any polymorphism, then let's use like discriminated unions or whatnot. Like, we gotta do this the C way. And no, I don't want any function pointer callbacks. I prefer forward invocation, not reverse invocations. Like, I don't know, this might change the encapsulation boundaries. Like, we might need to, I don't know, I'm not sure. Just I don't want any function pointers. I don't like doing it that way. I don't know, like, I'm thinking you can have elements with the elements can have like names or whatnot. So you know, you could have like a separate sort of encapsulation boundary that checks input, like dispatches the input events or something, and then like, I don't know. No, I'm not a fan of this like UIN shit. The whether a UI begins or ends is sort of should be fully determined by. I mean, the declaration itself. If it's declared, then it began. If it leaves the scope, then it ends. Right. So it's based on scope. It shouldn't be based on like explicit begin and end calls. Right. This is why we have the anonymous functions for carrying the hierarchy. I mean, look, it's supposed to look like JSX, right? That's it. Okay, but now you're using templated functions again. I don't want templated functions. No, I'm not a fan of that. Like, why can't you do something like this? Like, why can't you make like a macro that? Because I know in C it can work, right? So I know you can make it work. Just use a fucking macro. Because look, the ideal shape is like this. Well, real quick, you can use callbacks. You can use function pointers for things like this. When I said no callbacks, I meant for like event-driven things like on-click, for example. I don't want like sparse on-clicks scattered throughout the codebase. But what do you think? What was the option you were considering with the macro versus callbacks? Are lambdas essentially like captures in Zig? Oh my god, that's fucking literally it didn't phrase it where. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do let's do the lambdas. However, does that will that equate to the same speed of the macros? Does it compile to the same code? Okay. So hold on, the lambda one, does that, so wait, does lambdas require templated functions? I'd rather just do the function pointer one. I mean, that would probably compile into the same same code, right? Or compile into the same byte. So I don't fucking care which is going to be more efficient code, which is going to be bigger code, which is going to be smaller code. What does the function pointer one look like? Yeah, let's do that. That's nicer. Let's build with max optimizations, and let's also strip the debug symbols. Let's make the SDL bindings actually import the SDL library header file. Let's have it print to the console. Actually, no. Let's make it so it changes the color of the button every time we click it. Let's continue trying to make a professional looking website with our Holy shit. Payment times. This is so cool. Wow, that is so cool.
aircon?
Yeah. Oh no, I didn't. I did, but it's back on.
It's not back on. I think that's just the air
Oh.
filter setting.
Okay.
Can I turn it
Yeah.
back on?
Yeah.
If you want to totally turn it off, you have to press the off button twice.
Okay.
What time are you going to the city? Okay. Yeah. How come whenever you wash this bowl, it doesn't get washed properly?
Oh shit.
How do you fucking scrub this? Do you have weak hands? Like,
Maybe.
it's good practice. You gotta, if you know how to rub a dish, you know how to rub a clip, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, are you taking Taiji somewhere? Because I need to go to Subway.
6:30.
Dang.
Ring a ding, motherfucker.
Ring a ding ding ding, ring a ding ding. I go to Flickway?
Wait like an hour.
No. Bro, I swear to God, I've had my phone on the charger all day. It's still not charged.
You okay, buddy? Having a what kind of day you having? Okay. That's you. How's it going? What are you doing? I was thinking like you smoke one and leave a little earlier. I mean, he needs to go to the subway. He can't go to the subway. I'll catch you in order. Huh? Yeah. It's a big human. Yeah, that one. Subway's there. Third floor food courts. Also, yesterday we didn't find the subway near your house. Like, I think Google Maps has the wrong address. And so I just took him to the Bro, I think Google Maps has the wrong address because it was not where it took us. Yeah. Yeah. What is that? New homework? Nice. Getting ready, huh? Big sales pitch. Their company? Nice. What's your angle? Yeah, like what are you gonna tell?
I just want them to be serious about our service.
Yes.
Alright, let's smoke. Smoky, smoky! Alright. Martinero.
You know, the guy said that we should mix this, right, with this. So let's do that.
Now?
No. It's not difficult. Like while you're rolling, you know? You can put a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Together?
Because, like, first I just want to taste this.
Like Bitsu? Yeah, sure.
You want... Which you want?
Yeah, let's taste that separately, and then we can mix it later. Oh shit! That's a crazy paper. Let me see the paper. What? Nankai.
Oh! すげえ匂いするこれ。すげえ匂いする。
Oh wow, that's tart. What do you mean new?
What is that?
That's good shit. That's tobacco. That's what real men smoke. Real men. You gotta be a real man to be smoking cigarettes. Or French. Bro, look, this is a double fucking. It's got 2 sets of papers. What the fuck?
Why y'all
Paper
start?
must be
Oh,
like
is that cheaper than buying cigarettes?
Yes. This is cheaper than buying cigarettes.
Holy shit, you're crazy. Why didn't you do that like 7 years ago?
7 years ago, I wasn't smoking.
I see. How about why didn't you do that 5 years ago?
I did this like I started doing this like a few months into when I started smoking. So I started doing it pretty early on. I mean, the reason why we weren't doing it so much when we were inside Joe was because lack of shops and mobility. Yeah. Just didn't have the car.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so essentially we saved quite a lot of money actually doing it this way. Yeah, probably more close to 40%. You want this? Let me get you a bit. Here, thanks.
Wow, that's cold.
Because one packer of this is like, depending on the tobacco, it's between like 600 to 1,200 yen. And you can get like anywhere between, I don't know, dude, like if you really pack your cigarettes, you can get like 40, 50 cigarettes. But you know, if you just fucking use it like a normal person instead of smoke a fucking fat cigarette at a time, it goes up to like 80 to 100 cigarettes.
Yeah.
And so in comparison, a cigarette box you buy from Konbini has 20 in it for like anywhere between 580 yen to 650 yen. Wow. And it's only for 20 cigarettes.
Yeah, 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 yeah. What did you say?
About Germany?
Yeah.
So in Germany, they also calculate the amount of heat that goes from one house to another, and they charge for that as well.
Really?
Yeah. So if you're sharing the same wall with another house that has their heater on, they take into consideration the heat that comes into your house and the other house.
Does that discount you?
Does it discount me?
Oh wait, so you get charged based on other people's heat?
Yeah. Or some shit like that. Probably
You would
right.
not want to be a data center in Germany then.
Yeah. I don't think they even have any.
Let's hope not.
They got rid of their nuclear plants. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Wait, did they get rid of nuclear plants or did they get rid of? No, I think they got rid of their coal mines in exchange for nuclear plants. I'll have to that.
They did some ass thing.
That is fucked up. Germany's so fucked right now. Apparently, there's also like the democracy is like way too democratic.
Really?
Yeah, so they have a lot of parties, but then there's two main parties that are always winning, just because of like racist people.
So it's not democratic.
Yeah. It's
Oh no, I mean if the people are racist then it's democratic. And the Irish Germans are
that's how National Socialist movement started in Germany too. Hitler won.
that wasn't democratic. That one for all the people, right?
No, that was democratic. Hitler won democratic and
How
democratic.
did he win democratically if he fucking if he killed people?
He didn't kill people. That was when the war started, and that was like Hitler came into power. Like
Yeah,
4 or
but
5 years
okay, the
before
point
the
is
war.
he was sustained. He wasn't okay. Then what? He wasn't sustained demographically.
He wasn't sustained democratically.
Sorry, democratic then.
Yes, he was. Everybody in Germany were.
But like black people didn't like him.
No, black people liked him.
Jews didn't like him.
Huh?
Jews didn't like him.
No, not all the Jews, but
Most of the Jews.
yeah, because, like, for example, right? Hitler's own personal physician, who also like was taking care of his mother, was a Jew.
Yeah.
One of his top commanders was a Jew. So it wasn't like a Jewish thing. He wasn't against the Jews per se. He was against central banking and the international forces that are ruling Germany.
And why did they kill like 10,000 years?
10,000? why did they kill 10,000 if they did not actually? Revisionist history found out that
They didn't kill anyone.
yeah, well, at least not on purpose.
So, exactly 69.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good kid. Nice joke.
But they did have a bunch of assholes in the SS.
They did.
A
did.
bunch of actually evil people.
Yes, they did. They had a lot of, because even within the SS there was like
Rebels.
had different intentions,
Yeah.
you know.
That was honestly, it really does remind me of Trump's administration and the ICE agents. Like ICE is finding, if you want to find assholes, you just go to the ICE agents recruiting center, and like you find the failures and
Yeah.
racist assholes
Yeah.
and like the shutouts.
Like, you know, the more I get into politics, the more I realize it's literally the same everywhere. Because, you know, they blame Iran and the IRGC, because IRGC is basically like a volunteer group, like the ICE, you know, that is like, has political ties and is supposed to act. They're like kind of like an informal part of like the government. And they have political backing to act independently. And they call them terrorists, but then somehow ISIS isn't. And it's the same everywhere else, that every country has their own like, sort of like that.
We act like we're not as bad as the Nazis.
Yeah, it's a good act.
There'd be no difference.
I am really interested in America's future. I wonder how things will turn out, especially in the next 20 years.
Hopefully not like fucking Britain. I'm gonna come with y'all.
Yeah, I'm taking with. So the plan is that we're gonna go to the Yume Mall. Taishi needs to do some shopping at the supermarket. You can get your Subway sandwich. And I have to stop by the ATM. And then, I'll go back to the car. You finish getting your sandwich, come back to the car. Taishi gets his stuff, comes back to the car. And we drop off Taishi and we come back home. Yeah, sounds like a plan to you?
So we're not seeing cat? No, not that cat. I mean like cat. The cat.
You're talking about Moku? Ask Taishi. Taishi, can we see Moku?
I haven't seen that job. We'll take him.
Yeah, we'll bring him here, take care of him till tomorrow. Boo!
Tashi Nakamura.
Yeah, Taishi's so mean.
Is that his girlfriend as well?
No, I think it's a Taishi thing. Yo, send me the picture you posted on Facebook about the microphone. I will put it on our Instagram.
Oh yeah. Upgraded.
Bro, we haven't even told Taiki about yesterday's event. I gotta write a big report and put it on our.
Oh my god, yeah, that shit. Right.
Actually, can you write a report about yesterday's event?
Oh yeah.
Or because I could do it as well, but
It's gonna be informal.
yeah, I mean informally is fine. Yeah, informally.
I don't even know if it's worth putting that because I don't want anyone to like lose motivation because of it. So I don't think we should.
I don't think anyone would lose motivation because.
Well, it's unnecessary work. I think.
Well, Taiki, I mean everybody needs to know, bro. Everybody's on this team.
Doesn't change anything.
I mean it does change things timeline wise.
All right, fair enough. Okay, I'll put it on.
But if you, is there like a reason you don't want to do that?
Just because I don't want to raise. I guess I have to raise concern. If it concern does affect your timeline, so
We can frame it differently. No, hear me out about the framing. We could frame it in this way that, I mean, originally, right? Before the accident as well. Hold on. Because originally I was gonna write a report and explain to them that with the November, explain to the rest of the team that with the November event being our goal, we want to use our time better to produce a better app. So instead of
we don't gotta do that. I mean, because then they're gonna be like, well, no, and then they're like, well, yeah, because we like, oh, because by the way,
okay.
you know what I mean? It's just kind of, I'll just say straight up. I think we could just say what happened and then incorporate that, and then incorporate on top of that, like why it's actually okay that this happened because we're gonna raise the standards.
Yeah.
For the next rate. So
That's actually great. That's a great idea.
this is shit.
It looks like you're trying to do the cinnamon challenge.
It just sticks near the rim of your mouth. The shit is so disgusting.
Damn, bro, you getting your rim job?
Dude, I can't do collagen anymore. It's so disgusting. My body's rejecting it. But you have no idea how disgusting this is. It's actually horrible. Ikemasu. Itterashai.
Where is it? Oh, hi. Pretty.
What? Who? Where? What? Okay. You look like a clown.
Do you know how I got these scars? Yada! I got cotton mouth.
What?
I got cotton mouth.
You got cotton now?
Yeah.
What, you a crackhead?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried crack?
No.
How about cocaine?
No.
How about crack cocaine?
No.
You know how they make crack cocaine? You want to know? No? They mix cocaine with flour.
Really?
Yeah. He's a pussy. Boot camps are so
Well, he's
fun.
got a military dad, you know.
He does that. He has a military dad.
Yeah. His dad wanted him to go to that.
Dude.
He didn't.
Oh shit! This is past his due date.
I fuck with that. Fuck with
Yeah. Should I leave it?
it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, can I have one?
Yeah. You can have both of them. You're good.
Hmm?
You're good. You can have it.
Thank you.
Fucking.
So you know, he suddenly hit me with this, and I was like so perplexed. I was like, first of all, I thought maybe I'm misreading the text and the misunderstanding the conversation. So my first question was like, "Are you angry?" It was literally "怒ってるか?" and he said yes. So my next question was why. And so, you know, when he explained to me why, I told him, well, first of all, I feel like you don't trust me and Taishi. Like, we're not fucking retarded. Speaking of like risk management, like clearly the person who's like, we are entrusting to drive the car, we understand that who he is and how capable he is. Like, what the fuck? And secondly, you agreed to the arrangement. You agreed to the arrangement, and like, if it's the matter of rain and you don't wish to like go into the rain and it's like tie-in or whatever, I understand. Like, you could have just told me, and I would have told my friend, like, you don't need to be angry and like fucking angry text me. If you had mentioned, I would have just like done something about it. It's not that big of a deal. And thirdly, like when you mention like risk management, like what are the parameters of that? Like what's the limits of that? Because you and Taishi use the car to like go see your girlfriends. Like if you want to speak about risk management, we shouldn't allow you guys to do that either.
My framing is really messed up because
I can show you. Do you want to read the
the
text?
only thing I see is like I can imagine him waking up from like a good nap, or from just like a good night's sleep, and just being like, sweetie. なんか、運転しなきゃいけないじゃん。もう、雨降ってるじゃん。もう、ルイにテクしなきゃいけない。どうしよう。やっぱなんか、we have to make a big
This guy
express.
and he doesn't understand. How can I tell him? No, low-key it is, because like, why is he angry texting me, bro?
Yeah.
And you know, he has this like mendokusai mentality, like everything is mendokusai, which I don't appreciate.
Because like sometimes,
Like, you know, in
Like-
June,
like sometimes when it's not even like something he should, it's not like he's bearing the mindokusai. It's like we could all be. It could be a situation where like we're all losing out on, and he can make it about himself.
yeah, it kind of did feel like that.
Like there have been those cases though where it's like,
With Taiki?
yeah, I think so. Where is it? Oh, yada. It's like, bro, like, you don't hear me bitching. Like, bro, I can't stand that. It's so unproductive to fucking just cry about shit. It's literally what he does. So fucking, I mean, here I am wasting time fucking clowning on him for no reasons. Whatever.
So, and I told him, but you know, I don't want to be harsh on him. Like I could have started a whole fucking fight. Like, why
Could
are you
have
being
that
angry at
that
me,
whole
you
thing
piece of
happen
shit?
again.
No?
That whole fucking thing could have happened again.
Yeah. So instead, you know, I spent all night thinking about how to handle it. I handled it really well.
Yeah.
Right? Because I wanted to make him feel like emotional and like kind of like shift the blame on him, like so he like starts feeling like he's exactly. So you know,
Did it work?
yes, it worked. And like to summarize the whole thing, I basically told him, yeah, we all got problems. Like it's not just you. Like
Like this whole situation is not ideal for me. It's like it's the way. It's like, what are the alternatives?
bro, you'd love my answer, right? Listen, so I told him, yeah, well, you know, everybody's having a hard time. Like for me personally, I'm broke. It was my birthday. I didn't have anybody, and like I just spent the fucking weekend alone. But now my friends like, and we don't really have time for a party. But now we have time, and I've invited all my friends, including you, because you're also one of my friends. And you know, all these people who are coming here, they're kind of like day ones. We also like owe them a lot because they helped me and Aishi make the company, you know, what it is today. And you know, it would have been great for you to meet them and like, so you know, hear stories about them.
You don't have to be strangers.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, exactly. And then,
It's not fucking strangers
I'm-
to you
right.
or me. If you're the only stranger to you, make yourself live. You're the only one fucking.
See, and then
You're the only one missing out, so don't miss out.
literally.
No self-sabotages.
And so I told him, yeah, and like that's why I was like, it's kind of sad for me that you're not coming to the party and stuff like that. But besides that,
That's fine. We have a no crying bitches policy.
and I told him regarding the car as well. You have to understand, like this is like for my friend to drive my car, the company car. It's a lot of responsibility for him as well. You know, it's not easy for strangers to drive strangers' cars. You know, what if they get into an accident? Like they're also responsible. But because they are our friends and they trust us and they care for us and they want to help us, they agreed to drive the car here. And it's not to drive the car here and return to Saijo. No, it's because this weekend I need the car, and as you know, I'm too busy to come to Saijo. So since, you know, it kind of lines up with the party,
Right.
they agree, and you are too busy to come to the party as well. They agreed to bring the car here, so tomorrow on Saturday I can go pick up Jeff.
Yeah.
And after the party, they're gonna go back in some other method. So feel bad, bitch. Like you're the one in wrong.
Listen, Taiki, do you want your dick sucked or not? Women don't suck baby dick.
Dude, did you know
Yeah.
he broke up with his girlfriend and got back together?
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Good for him. Who cried?
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think he cried, called his girlfriend, please, no, please.
Really?
Please. They literally got back together after a week, bro.
Really? Fucking cuck.
But you know, like,
Fucking-
I cannot be harsh on him either. So I'm kind of like fucking managing it till, you know, he learns and stuff. And you know, I've been trying to be like, try to teach him as well. Like, when he fucking send a long ass text telling me that like, oh, you don't consider like, you don't take into consideration our early like downloaders, and like they're also very important and stuff. I was thinking, bro, we had this whole conversation and I said I agreed. That's why we changed plans to the way they are. Like, why is this dude like talking to me like I wasn't there? So instead of like getting mad at him, I just fucking like, next time I saw him, I told him, hey, listen, like what you posted on the thing was about the meeting, and if you are just tagging me and some other person comes into the group, into the team, and sees that you're tagging me and telling me I'm inconsiderate about how early adopters, it gives a bad image for me.
Yeah.
And if it was like about a topic we discussed in a meeting, you should tag everybody in the meeting. And if it's like a more personal conversation, like you can just text me directly. You don't have to put it on the group chat.
Yeah.
Bro, why are you making me look like I'm retarded? And I was so surprised, like with this kind of level of immaturity, because, dude, he has a whole team, a whole Hironabi team.
Right.
Like I thought,
Role model.
yeah.
Bro, like if your team saw you this behavior, like you didn't realize you'd.
Does he have this?
They wouldn't be able to look up to you if you act that way. You gotta act as a role model to your even yourself. Right? That's not fucking productive.
Yeah, it's got me thinking. Like, does he act like this with his own team?
Bitch. Next time, how do you say bitch in Japanese? Like, not like woman bitch, but like.
Yowamushi.
Huh?
Yowamushi means pussy.
Yowamushi.
Yowa.
Yowa.
He's weak. Weak dog.
Yowamushi, nah.
No, bro. Like, I'm not telling you all these things for you to be hating on him. I mean, you know, maybe he just doesn't have these experiences, and this is like him learning.
Yowamushi sunnaya.
Dude, apparently, Tashi said that's not milk.
Oh god.
Yeah.
What is this?
I don't know. He said it's like milk-like material.
Is this supposed
He
to
said
be
if it's
drinking?
real milk, it will be right on the side of it.
Is this supposed to be drinking?
Yeah, it's for drinking, but it's like, I think it's like a, I don't know, could you like
Oh.
double check? Because he said if it's real milk on the side, it has to write you knew.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not written you knew.
Right. I'm gonna. Oh, I left my phone in the car. Oh no, I didn't. That's right. Oh my gosh.
Hmm?
What the fuck?
What is it?
It's real dairy milk, just enriched to be creamier and richer than regular milk. Why do they do that shit?
So it's not real milk?
It is, but they like put more. They put more fat in it and shit, and like creamer and shit.
Ah.
It's like hella fucked with. Dude, it pisses me off when they do that. Why can't we just like not fuck with things? Like, do people like forget that like things are just good as is without any additions? Except maybe like a little bit of
I
curry
don't know,
powder.
maybe their cows don't produce like really fat milk.
Yeah. Well, they saw it as a marketing opportunity, or as an opportunity in the market, which they like. Yeah, but you know what else? You know how else you can get fatted milk is just by having raw milk. But because that's like not sold, I don't know. It's just not worth it to them. It's just not worth it. There's
Do you
too
think
much liability.
pasteurizing
Pasteurizing?
does something to the
Yeah.
fat?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they skim it.
Yeah, you get skim milk. I mean, you get dildo.
Dildos.
Yeah, you get
Out of
dildos.
skimmed milk?
Yeah.
That must be like.
Let me see.
delicious.
Let me see. Okay. Does pasteurization lessen the fat? Without fat content of milk. The heat applied during the process is designed to kill harmful. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. While the total amount of fat remains identical, the physical structure of that fat may change if the pasteurization is combined with homogenization. This chemical process breaks down fat globules so they stay evenly distributed rather than separating into cream. Okay, no chemicals. Okay. Distribute. Okay. Interesting. I mean, the shit that I had in that little bottle was like way different. So I prefer that. Okay. Pasteurization just to get rid of vitamins or fat content. Okay, so supposedly it only kills the things that can make you sick. Yeah, right. I just don't believe that. Let's see. How about we find what are the negative effects of pasteurizing milk? Okay, the process has a few trade-offs. So immediately, we're revealed more than what that previous things did, including the nominal reduction of certain heat-sensitive vitamins and the destruction of naturally occurring beneficial enzymes. That's crazy. So, like,
what are the chances of getting sick from non-pasteurized milk?
Certain if you leave it out for like more than like a day. Yeah. What are? Oh God. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What are the You're over 800 times more likely to get sick from unpasteurized milk than from pasteurized products. A single glass can expose you to harmful pathogens like E. coli, Salmonella, Listeria, and Campylobacter. So it's aluminum. Okay. But Listeria is like really, really bad. Like this shit will like fuck up your heart. Yeah. Oh, I guess. Okay. Maybe that's actually a rare. Okay, how about this one? Can't be black. In rare cases, it can cause heart problems. Okay, how about E. coli? Does E. coli cause heart problems? Though it's rare. Okay, so okay, how about Salmonella? Does Salmonella cause heart problems? It can rarely spread into the bloodstream and cause heart complications. So, I mean, it sounds like, I don't know what rare means, right? But it sounds like in the case that you do get sick, you have a small chance of that causing like a long-term, problem, like a heart problem or kidney problem. But still, you don't want to get them.
So many fucking centuries of human fucking farming and like drinking raw milk.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances? Like, you know what I mean?
Right,
like,
right.
If it was that bad, we would have gone extinct. Like, everybody would have stopped drinking milk.
I wouldn't actually say that, because like before we had like antibiotics and medicines, like people didn't go extinct, but oftentimes people were like, the life expectancy was like 30 years old in the late 1800s, 200 years ago, right? Let's see, what was the life expectancy?
Yeah, but it wasn't because of milk problems,
That's true.
Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
True.
Like, I've never heard about, like, unpasteurized milk fucking causing problems.
Yeah.
I don't know. My mother would always, like, pasteurize milk, though.
Really?
But my mother is, like, an educated person.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, like, on farms, like, they also pasteurize milk for themselves. Because, like, there's so many others, like, skimmed, like, they also want the skimmed milk, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a whole ass produce.
Bunch of bullshit, man. Bunch of fucking bullshit.
You know the Norwegian striker Erling. You know what I'm talking about?
No, no.
He's like really popular, and he's actually the reason why Norway won against Brazil.
Oh yeah. Oh, what's his fucking name? I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so he released like a daily routine thing.
Yeah.
Dude,
Holland.
Yeah. He goes to a local, because he lives in England. He goes to a local dairy farm and buys unpasteurized milk.
No.
Yeah.
He buys his own pasteurized milk.
Unpasteurized.
Pasteurized
Raw
milk. That's sick. I wonder how much this guy weight. How heavy this guy is.
You can look it up.
Wow, he's 200. Wow, this guy's big, bro.
Yeah, he's really tall.
Holy shit, 94 So 94 kilograms. 15 kilograms more than me. Damn, he's got a decent physique. Wow.
Decent, bro. Bro's got a fucking optimal physique. He has a personal trainer who stretches him for an hour every morning.
No way.
Holy shit, is that real?
There's no way that's
photoshopped as fuck.
No, bro, this might be real.
No. That's not real, bro.
Okay, that's really bad AI. Okay, that's what it said.
Thank God, bro. Holy
yeah,
shit, bro. I have been fucking freaking out.
Bro, what the fuck?
That is massive.
Oh yeah. Your AI slop bores me. Dude, these guys burn so much fucking calories because they're just running literally 24/7, bro.
Yeah, bro. Fucking, they're competing with tribal African people, bro. Levels of like.
Well, bro, I mean,
do you know how many kilometers a day they run? Just their warm up plus their practice.
how much?
I don't know, but I'm thinking like at least like 20 kilometers, which is like what 10, 12 miles.
Yeah.
Probably more. Less.
It's crazy.
They got like knees of steel, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
This dude is like fucking 2-3 meters tall, bro.
Right.
You know how strong your knees have to be?
Unbelievable.
No wonder he buys like unpasteurized milk.
Yeah. That's crazy. Wow. What the fuck?
What is it?
Dude, he eats 6,000 calories a day.
What?
6,000 calories a day.
Shit. That's like, when did he even have time to eat, bro?
For real, dude.
What did he eat to keep up with that much?
What the fuck?はい、忙しかった。やばい、びっくりした。ありがとう。奥さんかわいいじゃん。
いいけどね。いけるいけるいけるいけるいけるいける。いいよ。マジ今からね。いけるってば、いける。いけるがいいかそれ。マジでいけるいける。ああ、いいじゃん。いいねいいねいいね。はいはいはい。まず最初バウダー。飛行機に入ってほしい。No, no, no, 違う。
What?
My wife is mad.
It was my fault.
Your wife just ran out?
No, she's mad.
She's mad? Why? Why?
Because she fucking set up to do like a flight simulator on my birthday, and I fucking said like, "Oh, let's bring your sister," and I didn't think that was bad.
No, that doesn't sound so bad.
I think she thinks I'm gonna have sex with her sister.
No, that's ridiculous.
And she doesn't really feel it.
Are you weird to her sister? Well, I hope not. Then that's probably not it.
Can you text her?
About, is it really that bad?
Yeah, it's really bad. She's saying she's gonna get divorced.
What?
Yeah.
Well, just let it divorce you. I'm tired of this bullshit.
Here's the thing, I guess I always invite her sister. Like, always ask her, can you bring your sister? Can you bring your sister? It's fun. What is she saying? She's saying you just want to have sex with me.
She said that? She said that? I mean, you also don't have sex with your own
I mean,
wife,
just
so.
because I think about it doesn't mean I will.
Well, don't ever mention that. Did you mention that? Did you mention that? Did you mention
I
that?
don't think
Did you say
Not
that?
this time.
What? You said that before? Bro, what? Like, did you say it jokingly or
Yeah,
did you
joking.
Bro, you know your wife doesn't get your fucking jokes, dude. So the issue is not that you invited the sister, the issue is that she genuinely thinks you want to have sex with the sister. Let me text you.
said, "Do you remember that time you made a joke?"
Oh fuck!
Oh
So
my
it
God.
is about that. It is literally is about
Maybe it
that.
wasn't a joke about about my sister's face. It says something like, "I could hook up with her." Maybe because of that, I think I still feel uncomfortable with you seeing things like this. I didn't fucking okay, or constantly talking about her. Okay, that's understandable. I don't think you really understand how upsetting it is.
No, you do understand how upsetting it is, and because of that, you'll be more careful. And that the thing you said before was a joke, and you really meant it as a joke. And hold up, you know what? Before you send anything, I want to discuss this, okay? Because you have to write the text and you have to send it. Not like it's your wife. You have to learn how to handle this, right? Okay, in these moments, right? In these moments, are you listening? Okay. So in a case like this, right? You know it was a joke. You really meant it as a joke. But also your how do you say your praises. But your praises of her sister is also genuine. Like she's genuinely a pretty person. What are you gonna say? Like she's ugly, she can't say that. So what you can do is, remind her that you're her husband and you're married to her because you love her and not any other woman. Especially not your fucking sister. Don't say not your fucking sister. Don't make it strong language. Never make it strong language, right? And the reason why you always want to invite her is, I don't know, why are you always inviting her?
Because like they have such a nice energy together, and I feel like if I'm working a fucking flight simulator for an hour and a half, like that doesn't sound fun for you. If you're just gonna watch it.
What you just said is so fucking perfect. Have you ever told her this before? Well, tell her that. And like that's the real reason you're inviting her, not because you want to fuck her sister. If you want to fuck her sister, bro, there's easier ways to fuck the sister. Let's be honest, bro. Let's be for real right now. You texted the sister? What did you send? Send that and then tell them what you sent. Can you please fill me in before you?
I think it's fine.
Yeah? Okay.
I'm genuinely, honestly. She said, stop using my sister as an excuse for choosing. You think you need to be able to entertain. Because I was literally going to use your sister as a crutch to be like, hey, like, I know where you might not like this experience, so maybe your sister.
You said that?
Well, that's
You made it
basically what I
sound-
was.
It's basically what you were saying.
And she was saying, like, well, you don't use her as a crutch. Because you should be able to have fun. But
She's right.
she's right. She's right.
Alright. Let's have fun with it. I hope you can actually manage that.
FYP means for you pay.
He's just crying.
Which one? It's called Brothers, I think. Some of the guy came back from the
Fuck, I went to the wrong time. None of tasted you.
Oh. This fucking sick. Love Death and Robots. This shit's sick. が違ったかっていうと、なんで今回いつものことを言えてないかっていうと、本当にもうなあ楽しみをしてるんだ。それがいつものことなんだ。なんでそうじゃないかっていうと、前まずここから連れていこうって思ったことは、その場が楽しむためにだから、それでも、それが、そうだね、それが、だからそれはもう連携なんで、それはもう本当に。え Imagine. 何食べた？そば。おお。いつ見てるかな。いつもの違う。トイ・ストーリー見た？見た？昔すぎる。最近のあるじゃん。そのトイ・ストーリー5、本当に1週間前とか。 early tonight.
Okay.
Fucked up. I got such a bad headache this last like 2 days. You got meds?
Bye.